can send it to him. Also, I'm about to go live in 1 second. Here we go.
Okay.
Just let me know when it starts. It tells me that I'm live.
Oh yeah, it's saying I got a notification.
Okay. Can you hear
recorded.
anything on the stream?
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. All right. So, very nice to be back once again for our third podcast with a new group, as well as one person who's returning from our first podcast for this series. But again, welcome all of you, all the people in the chat, as well as our newest members. We're just going to start with some introductions before we get into the podcast questions again. I am your host, BluechanXD. If you have watched the previous podcast, you kind of know me a little bit. But just for those who are not familiar with me, I am a scriptwriter over on r/ASMR Script Haven. I write a lot of film scripts, fantasy scripts. Sometimes I don't. I'm actually going to be doing a new type of script. I posted a poll for, recently for a particular script, I guess content that I've never done before, and the winner was pirates. So check out sometime this month I'm going to be posting a pirate script. So that's going to be fun. So I guess to introduce my content, because we actually have several people here in the new panel that have done my work. You already know about Not, because you've seen him since the previous podcast, so you know what type of work that I've done, that he's done of my work. For other people in the group, Princess Roska has actually done one of my scripts. It is a one-shot, and I just had it here, the name, because she changed the name to Medicine. But the title is actually Dark Sorcerer Comforts You After You Take Their Pain Away, which is a very interesting script, platonic script, by the way, if y'all want to go listen to that. And another VA in our group who has also done my work is Vincent, who was the first ever person to complete any of my series, by the way. But yeah, he was the first person to complete my Secret Encounters with a Villain series, so very happy to see that. So we're going to go down in alphabetical order in introductions, and our first two people are going to be kind of interesting ones to talk about, because for those who do not know, I'm usually the one that selects the people in our podcast panel. And something that I like to see is when our, I guess, people who are interested are, the go-getter types that are active in letting me know that they want to be part of the podcast. So our first person who actually is, I guess, in this group here in alphabetical order happened to slide into the DMs a couple months ago asking if he could join. So GoldenProxy, please introduce yourself to our group.
Hi everyone. So I'm GoldenProxy. I'm also a scriptwriter, like Bluechan. I also write mainly fantasy, sci-fi, horror scripts. And yeah, I was waiting a couple months to hear back from Bluechan. I thought, wow, she must really dislike me or something.
Unfortunately, Reddit kind of sucks and did not notify me, but I did get to it.
Yeah, we got there in the end.
Yes.
So I'm a scriptwriter, and I'm happy to answer all the questions today.
Well, we are very happy to have you here. I've been wanting to bring you on since the last podcast, so really glad to actually bring you on this time.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. Our next person, another person very much a go-getter in all of this, who made a comment on one of our videos on this channel, who also happened to slide into the DMs. So, Iceboy, please tell us about yourself.
I feel exposed about my origins. But hello, I'm Iceboy ASMR. I'm a boyfriend ASMR artist on YouTube for 3 years now. I am currently trying to debut as a ASMR VTuber, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Yes, very glad to have you here, and I guess just for fun, if you all want to join our next podcast, you might want to consider sliding into the DMs and seeing if I'll actually bring you on. Now everybody's going to end up doing that. So you'll have to get creative, guys. with how you ask me that you want to be, or how you ask to be in the podcast. So we'll see. So our next person on the list is our returning member, Not. Please tell us how you've been doing since the last time you came on.
Well, I will say I've been exploring all sorts of new types of content, which is more or less a staple of the channel. That is experimental and somewhat unusual. Now, I have been away for a little bit. I've briefly been on a hiatus around the holidays, but I am back and happy to be here.
We are happy to have you here as well. Our next up on the list is the other lady in our group next to me, Princess Roska. Please tell us about yourself.
Hi everyone, I am Princess Roska. I have 2 channels. One is my main Twitch VOD channel because I do variety streaming and gaming, and then a channel exclusively for ASMR. Yeah, and I do music, I do streaming, and ASMR content.
We are very happy to have you here. And last but certainly not least, our last VA here, Vincent, please tell us about yourself.
Hello, Vincent Fancy Vogel, your local half-elf and robo VTuber that does stream on Twitch. Usually anything involves cars and or racing. And I've been doing audio roleplay for close to 2 years as both VA and surprisingly editor. So yeah, that's what Vincent is.
And we will learn a lot more about everybody on this panel as we go through all of the questions. We had several people send in a lot of nice questions. We actually are going to be kind of switching back and forth between certain people because some people asked, I guess specifically ones for VAs, so you're going to see some interchanging between people so that it's not just the same people answering questions over and over and, leaving a bunch of writers not being able to answer anything. So, also another thing is that we are going to be focusing on those questions that were sent in to us. If you do have a question at some point in, I guess, the time that we're here, it's going to be a long time anyways, you can post your question in the chat over here. We might be able to get to it, I guess through typing it, maybe not so much actually out loud. If I end up answering, similar to the previous podcasts, I'm going to show up as the ASMR Script Guild because I'm running the channel. So anyways, without further ado, let us start with our first question, which is from Spotter, and it's actually for everyone. How often do you do scripts that don't immediately interest you? Also, we have a randomizer, and unfortunately the first person is Iceboy, who does not do script fills. But I mean, I guess this can apply to if you write something that you are not particularly interested in, but you still do anyways, so I guess whichever way you can answer this question if possible.
Even with the scripts that I do finish, sometimes they don't immediately interest me, and it's quite often. I feel like it's just an obstacle that I have to push over because sometimes just it might be my own critique of my own work. You are your own worst critic. So even after I finish it, I'm just like, I don't want to fill this for a while because you just get exhausted when you first write it, and now you have to perform it, and you're just like, okay, I don't think I have the energy. So, it happens very often for me. That's my answer.
Well, I mean, at least you're able to answer, honestly, because I think this was specifically for script fills. Or actually, well, because it was for everybody, Spotter didn't really specify. I guess it's also for writers when they write stuff, so, it's fitting. Our next person is Not.
Well, let's see. I will say, actually quite often, I do scripts that don't immediately catch my eye. Usually what I'll end up doing is both browsing through the scripts that I know stand out to me, but also some where I just haven't seen the author before, or ones where I simply look at it and say, there's something unusual about it, but I don't know what it is based on just the title and the tags. So, later on, I'll often go and dig through that pile, and occasionally I'll find all sorts of wonderful scripts that authors have written.
And our next person is GoldenProxy.
So for me, firstly, I thought this was a really good question. For me, as a writer, I often find that if an idea doesn't grab me immediately, I tend to just like make a note of it on like a little document I have, and I'll just save it for later, maybe when it catches my eye again. Usually, I find if I get an idea for a script and it excites me, I'll probably do it like either right away or in the next few days. But if it doesn't catch my eye immediately, I'll just leave it for later when I'm more in a proper mindset to write it.
Next we have Vincent.
I would say quite a lot. So how I do my kind of fill is I actually save a lot of scripts, links. Basically, I don't really download them. Just like keeping links from the subreddit, because I started with like I would check the subreddit every week just to check, what's currently hot and all that, specifically on the newer side. And I would like, kind of want to do, let's say, I want to do something angsty. Then I would just find it, and it really don't interest me as much. It's just like a mood kind of thing. I think that's how I would describe mine for something not immediately interests. Well, that is a mouthful. But yeah, I usually just save them to, maybe I'll fill it someday. I think that's how I started with the villain series that you did, Bluechan. I just saved like the whole series and then kind of decide one day to pick it up and try to finish it.
Which is great because you did, and you were the first person.
I was very surprised.
I was very happy.
Like, wow.
You are you have a very special place in my heart for VAs to do that. So, very happy. I'm actually next for this. So, as I've mentioned, I do a lot of villain and fantasy scripts, but on occasion I will do, I guess, what I like to call experimental. It might not be considered experimental for other people, but I like to kind of use a lot of, I guess, really random shower thoughts, I guess, as script ideas. They don't necessarily immediately interest me, but it's more like, hey, I had to put something on my script list, my script to-do list, because I have like a thing where I have to put one new script idea per week into a big Google Doc of all these different ideas, just so that I have a constant flow of content. But yeah, when I do those, sometimes I might not be immediately interested in it, but I'll kind of have ideas going forward. I kind of know a lot of the times, okay, this isn't necessarily going to do as well, but I think it's a topic that interests me, but maybe other people will like it too. But yeah, and our last person is Princess Rosca.
Last but not least, I would say very often, but I don't know if it's quite interest as much as experience. There's a lot of scripts that I read that I just don't think I have the experience to voice yet. Like, I don't have maybe the acting range that I would like to, and I want to do that script justice. So I have a list of scripts like Vincent does, that I've just saved, and there's a lot of blanks. I can tell you that. I mark it when I finish it, right? So there's a lot of blanks where I'm just waiting for the day that I'm brave enough to try voicing them.
I also do that little marking thing on my end, so more for writing, where it's like, have I done this idea yet? Okay, let's just kind of highlight it on my document. Anyway, let's move on to our next question. This is where we're going to start going back and forth between Vivi's questions as well as my own, just because his are all VA-related questions. For our VAs, when you plan to write a title, what is the process you follow? Are there some specific things you focus on? For example, a certain maximum number of keywords or specific words, or favoring a certain length and not using all 100 characters. Our first person is Not.
Okay, let's see. Do I try to avoid using all 100 characters? Well, so I have heard that in terms of SEO and whatnot, that the goal is to get somewhere under 60 characters in the title. Now, I have no idea if this is true or not, but I do know that YouTube tends to truncate the title after only a handful of characters. So I do try to make sure that in the first 20 or so, it's relatively clear what the scenario is about. Now, aside from that, I always try to make sure I do have the gender tags in there. So for me, it's usually M4A. Aside from that, what keywords end up in there, exactly what elements from the script end up in there, that is highly variable, and honestly something I'm still experimenting with.
Next up is Princess Ruska.
I'm not very creative when it comes to my titles. I do try to hit like as many characters as possible in the 100. Much like Not, I try to condense the important information into the front. I'll reword things from what the writer has put out if I don't think that it might do well in terms of like a title. Not that that says anything about the writer, right? It's just more what do I think represents my channel and the scripts that I'm voicing. And I also include the gender tag in the front as well as like in the additional tags. I do like if it's an F for A script, I'll do F for M and then F for F as well, just to increase searchability. Yeah.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I'm not a VA, but I will say that I like to do that as well for my scripts, just because you kind of know that whenever somebody's going to be searching for stuff, they might search specifically for their own voice. So if you write, say, like an A for A script, somebody might be searching for M for A or F for A, so I'll put that in my tags, but that's a writer thing. This is a VA question. So our next VA is Ice Boy.
I have a meticulous formula for this actually. What's it called? I do agree also. I tend to condense the most important information at the front. I do end up using like most of the character limit on YouTube, but most of my important information is at the front. And what I always would do is when I title, I always start with either the verb or the adjective first. So if it's talking about cuddling with your boyfriend or something, I will put cuddling at the front, because the reader, like, you read left to right, obviously. So the action of what your character is going to do first is really important. So that's why I put it at the front. So like when I argue with someone, I would put arguing with your blah, 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 blah. The gender tags, I don't actually put if it's M for A. If it's M for A, I don't put any gender tags. But if it's specific, like M for F or M for M, then I will put it. And other tags, if there are important actions going on that I did not put in the title, so let's say I would talk about like cuddling with your boyfriend, right? That's the title. But I also like do sleep aid and stuff, then I would put sleep aid at the end. And like I said, the end is usually like less important stuff. So anything that I didn't put in the title, then I would just put it at the end. And I would always consider, and I would always like consider what I'm playing. So I would always need to put either I'm a boyfriend or like a bully or at that time, or like childhood best friend, all of that. Like, and I would always put my character in that title too. So like I said, cuddling with your boyfriend. Boyfriend is the character, so obviously I put that in the title and stuff. And then I would always put ASMR roleplay in brackets, not parentheses. I've been doing parentheses for a while, and it receives less traction for me. So brackets is what I mostly use for tags, for naming tags. And that's it. I have like a formula for this.
Oh my gosh, very meticulous. Honestly, I'm kind of curious as to why that's the case, where I guess using one over the other would lose out on traction, but who knows? YouTube does what it does. Anyways, last but not least, we have Vincent.
Okay, I'm not muted. I practically just copy paste from the script because I actually often use the whole 100 because I do put the tags, but I only keep the important, kind of like how Iceboy does. Like if it's cuddling, I just put the cuddling because it's what people search. But I also put it on the description for the full title and the full tag in case. Because I know a lot of scriptwriters would put a lot of tags on it, like specific tags even. I know a few writers that goes very, very specific, like the specific spiciness, the specific actions too. But I don't really put those on the title unless it fits. I think I kind of tried to make it like M4A, like the gender tag at the front, then the title, the actual title. But if the title is too long, I would try to condense it to practically similar, kind of like how you're translating a foreign title to like English or your native language. And then the tags, which again, I kind of follow Iceboy with that, with like the action tags. I think people would search something like comfort, the relationship. Is it established relationship, lovers to enemies maybe, or enemies to lovers, etc. So sometimes it works, like the title that scriptwriters put in fits the whole 100 or even less. Sometimes it's like goes over, so the full title would be on the description of the video. At least that's how I do it. Yeah.
Alrighty. Next question is gonna be from me. So back and forth between me and Vivi. And all of my questions are for everyone. So what is your ASMR RP hot take? And the randomizer decided that I should answer this question first, my own question. Oh boy. People are probably not gonna be happy about this. It's funny because I had said last time that we were here, it's like that I didn't like himbos, but that's not my hot take actually. My hot take is that I think that, what's the best way to, I guess, describe this? Like, monster speakers, in any sort of scenario, I feel is very gimmicky a lot of the time, because I don't think that a lot of people utilize, like, monsters slash, like creatures to their fullest potential. Like, for instance, what I mean by that is, like, say for instance, if you have like a Naga script and the only difference, like, it's like a comforting script where you have like Naga like comforts you for whatever. Like, a lot of the time it's just like, oh hey, this character like coils their tail around you, but honestly you could just switch that out for they hugged you and it doesn't really make much of a difference. So it feels like more of a gimmick to me over like an actual, like, why did you use a Naga over a human in this case? I mean, why not try to, you know, use the potential of this character and say like, hey, you know, like a Naga is some kind of like snake creature, so imply that you're like, it's a cold day, like they, like, there's like a term for it, like that reptiles, oh, not even just reptiles, but like snakes have, I guess, that something to do with like regulating their body temperature or something, like bring that into your script or something, you know, something that differentiates it from your human characters, because otherwise it just feels like, why are you using this creature when you could so easily use a human? Like, if you're gonna use those types of characters, really utilize things that are unique to that character, that you can't have, I guess, an equal translation over to a human. Like I said, in the case of, you know, coiling their tail around you, it's basically hugging. Honestly, that's just my thing, personally. Our next person is Princess Roska.
Dang it. I really wanted to hear other people's answers.
Fair.
I think this is more of a hot take maybe on the VA side, and it has to do with AI art. I come from like VTubing, right, which heavily relies on artists and the art community to kind of like, you know, come into life or come into being. Not that I'm not against AI technology. I think it's really cool, actually. But I think that it's more an ethical issue of, you know, where is the art coming from, and, you know, the consent of the original artist. Because I've seen artists that have plugged their own work into, you know, like an AI learning model and have created some really cool works, right? But it was with their consent, with their own artwork. And I do see that a lot of, you know, VAs use AI art, or, you know, personally for me, I would never use it. I get that, like, when it comes to thumbnails and how attractive something is, that's the first thing a listener is going to look at and what they're going to click. But because I know so many artists and people who rely on actual real life people art, it doesn't feel right for me to use it. And I think that's a pretty hot take in this community.
I feel like it's more of, I guess, an ethical issue. I mean, it's been brought up. We've been trying to keep people from talking about it in our server because we've had a lot of arguments about it. This would have been a really interesting question, like, to bring up, I guess.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's no problem. It's something that needs to be heard, I think. Again, I'm more kind of where you stand, where I think that it should be up to the artists themselves. It's kind of why we also had an art section initially, or an art channel, like, for people to, you know, put out artwork so that it can be used for thumbnails. But I mean, it's been used for other things as well. I wish we would have more artists who kind of do something along those lines, where, you know, you, like, similar to our writers and our VAs, to put out some kind of publicly usable image for thumbnails. Again, fun idea that I wish would be kind of cool, honestly, but you know, like, some people might not
get it. Like, yeah, like accessibility when it comes to not being able to purchase or buy art. But at the same time, I do think it is a luxury to be able to do that. All of my thumbnails, it's the video I made for the Guild YouTube channel. All of the thumbnails that I've made for my ASMR roleplays have been through Picrew, searching on the commercial tag to be very specific. And if it allows modifications, I will, you know, recolor certain parts of it, because the original artist allows that for, you know, their Picrew results. So it's not that I look down on anyone who uses AI, because I do think if, you know, you rely on this income and things like that, sometimes, you know, like, it can't be helped because literally everyone else is using it. And I do listen to VAs who do use AI in their thumbnails. It's not like I won't listen to anything when I see it's AI, but it just doesn't sit right with me personally if I were to put out a product that has that on my channel, on my brand.
And another thing, because I think we also brought this up in the previous podcast, please check your writer's terms of use before you start using specific thumbnails. Like in my case, if you do my work, and I've seen a lot of VAs who do not read my terms of use, who will still use AI thumbnails after a specific day, because I allowed certain ones to be kept up. But afterwards, I still see a lot of people use AI. Please read the terms of use, otherwise you're going to go on my naughty list. I have a naughty list on my master list.
Oh God.
Of sorts. Basically,
Can
like
I
my...
add to that?
Yes.
Can I add to that a bit?
Yes.
I guess this is something. It's very interesting because I just saw on Twitter that someone mentioned you could actually just use public domain art.
I mean,
Those
yeah.
actually exist.
That's kind of what...
No, those actually exist, and it isn't like your typical like clip arts and all that, but like actual illustration art. I think somebody linked. I could probably look at the links somewhere.
Honestly, if you could put that in our
it's like
resources, please do that. That'd be awesome.
I'll look it up again because I saw
You
the
know,
tweet. I forgot to save it, but I
I
think one of them is
bookmarked
like
something like
adventuring.
that.
Yeah, if you guys can send them over to our
so-
resources, post them in the Discord, please.
Yes, it's super interesting because I think me and Raska are like we have VTuber backgrounds, and even in the VTuber space, there are like a lot of artists that set up like free to use or not really public domain, but basically like free to use, but credit us kind of thing.
With credit, yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually an AI model that uses CC0 art. It's called Mitsuha Diffusion. I haven't looked into it yet, but that is something that is out there. It's using public domain art to learn and generate images. So that is also something to consider.
Yes, by all means, please send those over. Anyways, let's move on to our other people. To answer this question, GoldenProxy, I know you had some trouble with this question, but if you can answer.
Yeah, so I had to initially I had to kind of pass on this one, but I put a bit of thought into it, and I did manage to actually come up with something. Going off of what Raska said, it's not very important compared to that. But my kind of take is as an ASMR viewer, when someone does a series of scripts, I kind of prefer it when they do multiple parts in one video rather than splitting them up into multiple videos. Just because I'm very lazy when I use the internet, and just the thought of having to click on another video sometimes just kind of it draws the lazy part of me out. But I also find it kind of, if a writer's put a lot of work into the series, I think it's kind of nice when you see how easily the different parts of the series flow into each other. But that being said, at the same time, as a writer, I like it when people do multiple series videos, because then it gives me more script fills to put on my playlist. So I kind of contradict myself there a little bit.
It's funny you should say that because I don't know if you guys saw that conversation I had with Ash over on the Discord. He did my Rehabilitating a Villain series, which is 8 parts, by the way. It was 6 gigabytes. 2.5 hours long. So it's kind of nutty trying to put all of those into one video. So I guess maybe kind of a hot take. It is kind of a hot take in that sense.
Yeah.
I don't know. It might be a little bit rough on the VAs doing something like that, but who knows?
I feel it's not really on the VA. I feel it's more just the file size in general, because I think the Secret Encounter of Villain is like nearly 2 hours long.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, and I could imagine if it's like people put out like 1080p with like good audio and all that, it gonna takes like, if it's using the H.26 for, I'm gonna go and open my like video editing knowledge. It's gonna take like maybe 8 gigabytes, and that's gonna be rough for a lot of people.
It's gonna take hours.
Like
to
storage
process.
wise, storage wise, it's gonna be rough. I mean, process wise, depending on your system, it can take from like an hour. That's me being kind. An hour to like maybe a whole day. So it's like I understand the hot take, but it's like it's a 50-50 thing. Like I know of UVA who does both. Like make it. I think someone like Alice Witt makes the series. They upload it in parts. Then when the series is finished, they make the full version.
Yeah.
Marvin. Yeah, that would be helpful. I personally like doing playlists. That feels more because if you just play it as playlist, it'll do the same thing as making one video, right?
Yeah.
I think the only issue with a playlist is that you're gonna end up with like ads between them.
True, but
But
at the same
you
time,
get that in the
you
video as
you
well.
get the
Well, the video can also
mid-roll
have
ads.
the mid-roll.
I've seen it a few times though in a playlist where they've accidentally left a part out, so it went from part 1 to part 3 by accident. So I guess that'd be a bit confusing for a viewer who doesn't know what's going on.
Alrighty. Anyways, let's move on. Ice Boy, do you have any hot takes?
Let's see. I don't know if this is a hot take. Actually, maybe this is a command. Boyfriend ASMR artists, especially boyfriend ASMR artists, please don't just read the script. Please act, for the love of God.
Oh my
Please
gosh,
act.
yes.
I am friends with boyfriend ASMR artists that literally take this wonderful artwork of a musical piece that's written in forms of words, and they read like a robot on their videos.
I know.
There's so much potential on their scripts. There's so much potential on the scripts, and then you read it like a robot. Do not do that. I am going to be your enemy. Don't do that.
I can name certain people. I'm just gonna say. Please act. That's not even a hot take. I agree with this.
It does feel a bit bad as a writer when that happens.
It's cooking. It's cooking.
It's
a
why I
cooking
have
hot
my
take.
list of scripts, you know? I just can't act sometimes.
Yeah,
I don't know how
exactly.
to. So just save it for later.
Even
I
when
mean,
you have
unless
to,
you're playing like a robot, don't.
As a robot, Alvin, I feel kind of.
Unless it's a
Robot
robot script.
boyfriend who has no emotion.
Maybe this, to elaborate more on this is, I believe, a hot take, but a lot of boyfriend ASMR artists seem to think that just because of your cool voice, you can get away with a lot of stuff. And I have a cool voice, right? But now I'm even better than you because I actually act. So there's so much potential that you can do with your cool voice. Use it, utilize it. It's your instrument. It basically is when it comes to script filling. And I see so much potential wasted. I sigh in bafflement. That's all.
Legitimately agree. There's so many times where I see like there's some really cool ideas that certain VAs put out there, but then I click on the video, just like the same monotone. I'm like, I cannot listen to you. I'm sorry.
I feel it also applies to girlfriend ASMR too, in a way. Because I noticed the voicing would be similar between VAs.
It's unfortunate.
This is truly a universal problem.
It's a universal. Okay. I know that Vincent's been commenting a lot of these, but do you have a hot take, Vincent?
I have several.
Please elaborate.
The first one is, again, I'm using my video editor background. I kind of wish we're unified with volume. Please
Oh my
check your
God.
volumes.
Normalize your audios because
Not even
when
normalize.
there's
No. That's not like my main take. My main take is like we need to unify on do we want it loud or not, as in voice wise. Because I've seen a lot of like VAs who have very beautiful voice, very great acting too. Why are you so quiet in the audio?
Yeah, it's mainly for like YouTube because I don't pay for ad-free YouTube because I'm cheap. But
Valid.
there are times when I will click on an audio, love it, right? It's really nice, but it's so soft, so I turn it up. So then here's my problem. I turn up the audio and then I get an ad.
It's always the ad.
Yeah, it's
super loud
incredibly
volume.
loud.
So I beg VAs or editors, please normalize your
Normalize,
volume
yeah.
so that when an ad comes on, it's not like super loud compared to your videos. Please.
It's not even
hurts my
about the
ears.
ads. So how I actually still listen to like a lot of VAs too. Both to I'm gonna be a bit snobby, but both to research on like what people do and to enjoy it. Like I actually enjoy audio role plays. That's literally how I started. It's also quite annoying when you do make a watch list of like different VAs and it's just fluctuate between like somebody doing it loud, doing it loud like actual not really ASMR but more audio roleplay or audio drama. And then another VA makes it very soft, very ASMR like, and it's super low. So you bump your volume up. And then the next VA would go loud again. So you bring it back down. And then I also notice a lot of VA also don't really balance it between background, sound effect, and their own voice. Which I understand a lot of VA started from zero, doesn't know editing at all. But I feel you could double check, I suppose. It sounded mean, but like, please double check your audio again. Because, man, there's like, there's a lot of things you could clean up a bit. I'm sorry. It's an editor gripe rather than like VA gripe or like writer's gripe. It's just
I mean, it seems to
I
be
have a
consistent.
question for you.
yeah, just be consistent.
As an editor, what is the gain that like the decibel level that you aim to hit when you're editing audios? Because for me, I shoot for like -10 to -6 for where the main audio is, right? Background noise, whatever. Like, but I heard that's like an industry standard is actually like -6 to -9 for voice. So is that what you do when you edit?
Pretty much.
Sorry to get us off track.
No, it's okay. No, that's actually that's where I kind of contradicts with myself. Me personally, I would say it's like everything balanced at around -3. Like that's like my limit. But sometimes I just like as long as it doesn't go over -1, it's fine. Because as long as it doesn't click, right? But yeah, industry standard around -9. I think in general chasing -8 is okay. Like -8 on YouTube is standard for final mix. Essentially for your voice. For your voice, I would say -3. Just your voice without sound effect and all that.
Gotcha.
But overall on your final mix, -8 is a very standard thing to chase. Because you could, at least how I see it, like you could legitimately listen to your audio roleplay while you work and not just sleeping. I'm quoting Johnny here. Thank you. -8 dB and ambient at around -12 is good. Yes. But yeah, that's my that's one of my many
These
hot
are
takes.
long hot takes. Let's see what Not has to
edit.
say for this question.
Well, I will say I did not expect to have any hot takes. I was thinking to myself, I usually don't do hot takes. And by that, I mean, I don't think I really have had any. But first off, I wanted to say, ow, on the monsters, as somebody records
I'm sorry.
monster speakers.
Again, it was the same thing with Esme last time where I was saying, I don't like hippos. Just like, excuse me.
Oh, but I certainly do understand that you always want to make the most of your monsters. Get them to really use all their abilities and special attributes. So I can understand that. Now, very quickly, when it comes to the audio leveling, something that I've noticed is that YouTube does like to mess with the audio levels. I have checked. What I upload is not always what comes through. What I have found is that if you're not sure err on the side of louder, because YouTube seems to do better at pressing things down than boosting things up.
Yes.
And
Yeah. That's
then
what I've heard.
I will say, for those of the VAs who come in a little bit soft, I also understand that. And why I say that is because oftentimes it's actually a function of your recording setup. Some folks just have a lot of trouble getting that volume where it needs to be without totally destroying the audio quality. It really is a function of the exact microphone and settings and all of that, which I think brings me around to my hot take. And that is that there are some real disparities in both access to equipment, knowledge, software, and so on that exist within the community. Something that I've really found is that, my goodness, while anyone can get started with just their voice alone and some very, very basic free software, oh, money does help, unfortunately. And that is I think, sometimes a thing that gets overlooked. There are often some discussions that I am part of where we're talking about things like, what's a good microphone? And the problem is, what's a good microphone is a huge range of things depending upon exactly how much you can spend. So on one hand, a $20 desktop microphone, if that's what you have, you can get a decent one and it can sound okay. But it's very different than having a conversation about, what studio grade $600 microphone do you want to buy, right? So this is something that I would always encourage people to be mindful of, and that is that really you're talking to folks from all different levels, all different backgrounds, all different ages, all around the globe. And sometimes it's just very difficult for people to know, just how to get started with some of these things. I think about the AI art, for example. When I was looking at that, you have to understand some of these terms and conditions and the backgrounds of the technologies and all of that in order to make sense of what is ethical or what is unethical, or even just understanding what ones are available to you. That is something that, unless you're in the know or have some experience or have the free time that lets you dig into it, you just won't know. And same thing, I think, for a lot of the auto editing. I feel a lot of folks are simply recording on their phones for the most part, and hoping that whatever's in the background just isn't too loud. And it's very, very different from those of us who do more extensive editing to our audio. So, yeah, I don't know if that's a proper hot take, but that would be my hot take, is that there are some real disparities, and it can make it very difficult for new folks to get started.
I guess anything that's contentious works. But anyways, all great answers to this question. Let's move on to our next VA question from Vivi. About thumbnails. Oh boy, we were just talking about this. So, about thumbnails, do you follow specific rules when you create them, like focus on the character's face, the text, etc.? The first is Princess Roscoe.
You already know my take on that. But as far as the layout of the thumbnail, I tried. So when I first started, I would, put a background image and just text. But it didn't really pick up a lot of traction on my old channel. There were a few that did really well, but I think it spoke more to the tags than anything. Now that I'm actually on my ASMR specific channel, I had been doing ASMR audio roleplays for about, I want to say like 4 months before I started my, exclusive ASMR channel. And in that time, I had noticed that many of the popular ASMR VAs on YouTube had a format, where they would have a thumbnail that had similar fonts or colors or, focusing on certain aspects of a character. And I was like, you know what, if I want to be somewhat successful, maybe I should start to have consistency. So in Canva, I use Canva for my thumbnails. I usually find an image, like a background image on Unsplash, that I kind of blur out. And then I put the picture of the character, and I do try to do like a close-up of the face or, at least the upper body. And then I'll find a particularly attractive quote from the script, and I'll try to highlight like 1 or 2 words. So my goal is, when I release a new video, people who listen to my audios can tell that that's mine. That's a Princess Rosca ASMR, right? Like audio. So that's usually what I shoot for. Now, if I were to ever to change that up, I would probably do it one aspect at a time, so that viewers can like see that I'm kind of moving to a new format.
And next we have Not.
Well, let's see. I want to start by prefacing this with I am probably not the best example to follow. My thumbnail design varies a little bit, and I am still trying to figure out how to actually create good-looking thumbnails. But that said, I do have a few things that I try to do as specific rules. The first is include your scriptwriter credits. If you have credits that you need to give to script writers or to your artists, always make sure to have those in there. So that is, I think, the first and foremost rule that I always try to follow.
Give this man a medal.
I think I've been, and I like to think I've been pretty good about that. Of course, if I ever haven't, please let me know. Beyond that, the couple of things that I've been trying to stick with are using a fairly consistent font video to video. I find that that alone makes the videos feel like they're more, all part of the same set. Oftentimes, I set my my thumbnails on a black background. This is really more out of habit than anything else, because I started out using public domain artwork, and some of it's not really all that amazing, or sometimes photorealistic things need certain stuff cropped out of them. So ultimately, it just ended up being that a lot of things wound up on a black background because it allowed me to fill space in those images. Now, beyond that, I usually like to provide a description of the speaker and the listener characters. So for my videos, usually it's in the lower left-hand corner. I have tried moving it around a little bit, but I just don't know if there's a better spot. And I think the final thing I'll say is I try not to use so many words. I don't always succeed at that, but I have noticed that the more words I cram into the thumbnail, the more difficult it is for people to A, see what it is that the thumbnail's about, and also B, folks are just much less likely to click on it. So those are my little thumbnail rules.
And next we have Vincent.
I'm also not a great place to ask about thumbnail stuff, but I'm agreeing with Not, because that's how I do my thumbnail. Basically, background and character that relates to the audio. For characters, so far, using pictures, although I'm not really, would say, clean on it, because I just use whichever that I feel nice or fitting, because it's kind of hard to find male pick crew or general neutral pick crew that isn't too femme or too mask. And for the text, I heard people say to put in like quotes from the script / audio. But personally, I just like if you put the title on the thumbnail. I think how I did it is like I have 3 texts, essentially: title, subtitle, and credits. For title is like whatever the audio roleplay is. For subtitle, I kind of took, I believe Sezu, a very big VA who would actually explain, oh no, not Sezu, I think Greenbrier, sorry. Switching places between those two. Greenbrier, who would actually says what kind of audio it is. That's basically the subtitle, i.e. Villain audio roleplay or comfort boyfriend audio roleplay. That's my subtitle. And the credits is usually I credit the scriptwriter, the VA that I featured, And if I, let's say, I haven't done this yet, but I'm planning to. If I if I commission art, then I'll put the artist's name on the third bracket of text. That's basically how I do it. And I really dislike anything bright, so I try to make the thumbnail not too bright or with like clashing colors or something, because I do notice that's a thing with audio roleplay thumbnails, that it just has very, very harsh colors on the eyes. So I'm like, I'll say like, be careful with that. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I do my thumbnails.
And last we have Ice Boy.
So I take in a lot of inspiration from other boyfriend ASMR artists and girlfriend ASMR artists. What I can say though is, everyone's ways of making a thumbnail is different, and I will say though that like Princesses and Not's insight on thumbnails are the same as mine. I do use Canva for mine, and it has been so useful in making thumbnails. And I guess what I can really only say is that I do most of my thumbnails have a picture of a face of a character, and it's usually behind something dark, so the text pops out. I want the text to pop out, and like any ASMR artist, it tends to be a highlighted quote from the script, and it has been working for me for a bit. I am trying to stay consistent with the formula of my thumbnails. It has changed throughout the 3 years of me doing ASMR, and I would say, since I am fairly popular, I can get away with like straying a bit from the formula nowadays, and I would get a decent amount of traction, which I'm satisfied with. Sometimes I don't often put a lot of effort into my thumbnails because I just don't have the time to at the moment. But it will receive the same amount of traction if I stray away on like a certain aspect and stuff like that. But other than that, I have nothing else left to say. All the other people here have, I would do the same thing as them. And that's all.
Consistency generally is key, I guess, for most people. Anyways, let's move on to my next question. For everybody, for writers, what is the fastest fill you've ever gotten after posting a script? And for VAs, what's the fastest you've written a script after it was posted written? It can be something you've written that's I added that for you, Iceboy, by the way, because I know. So our first person, let me do the randomizer, is not.
Okay, and do you want me to answer this as a VA or writer?
You can do both.
Well, I'll say, if I cheat and say, as a VA and a writer, but the fastest I've ever done it is immediately, because with the little YouTube shorts, it was a matter of just, I wrote it and then I said it. That was a very, very quick process. Being a little bit more serious about it, though, I would say the fastest that I've ever filled a script is probably actually within a few hours of it being posted. I think one of them, for a while I was searching on the ASMR Script Haven subreddit, and sometimes some of the new ones up at the top, if nobody's grabbing them, I'll just pop in there and be like, well, let's see what everybody else is missing. And on the writing side, I would say it generally takes a while. I think the fastest that I've ever had somebody pick one up is maybe about a couple of weeks. I'm trying to honestly recall. I don't have the statistics in front of me. But that's my answer.
Okay, next up we have Princess Roscoe.
Well, I participated in Scriptober. So I think it was like maybe only a couple hours because those were happening daily. So maybe like 2 or 3 hours because of the way I record, which I won't get into because I know it is a question later on in the podcast.
Yes, we will get to that one eventually. Okay, our next is Vincent.
Apparently, a month after the script is posted. I think I rarely do newer scripts at the spot because again, I do have a list that I want to kind of clean up. But yeah, looking at my the ones that I filled is apparently a month after they were posted, and that seems to be a bit consistent with me somehow. So yeah, that's my
Also,
answer.
thank you about the comment, by the way, about my series.
Yeah, because I think with your series, it's like a few months after too, right? There, well.
Next is Ice Boy again. Kind of a weird question for you, but try as best as you can.
I would cheat and say immediately, like not, since I would just immediately fill my own script after. But even then, it takes a bit of time for me to, like I said, from way back from the first question. Sometimes the script doesn't necessarily interest me, so I kind of wait a bit until I okay, I need to get into character and stuff like that. But answering seriously, as a script writer, if you guys know some popular boyfriend ASM artists like, I know Langley, Ferran, Daiichi, Dream Boyfriend. When I write a script and I feel like it's not for me, I often ask my other boyfriend ASMR mutuals, like Nora, Fuyuki, all that, like, hey, can you fill the script for me? I feel like it's not for me. Even if I'm the one that wrote it for me, sometimes I'm like, I realize like, maybe this guy will do it much better. So I often say, as a scriptwriter, almost immediately, because I would often ask like my friends, be like, "Hey, I think your voice fits for this. Like, can you do it?" And most likely they will say yes, right? To ease the trouble of like, okay, good, I'm not writing a script. I can just use Ice Boy's scripts. So yeah, that's my my answer. Almost immediately for a scriptwriter too.
Oh my gosh, now I need those mutuals. The only person I know out there is Yuki. Actually spoken to. Oh my gosh, I love Daichi's work, by the way. He's great. Okay.
Yeah.
Next person is GoldenProxy.
Okay, so I have a little bit of a story with this one. So when I saw this question, I almost immediately thought of Cassie Smiles Audio because she's very good. She a lot of the time when she does my videos, she gets does my scripts. She gets them done as a video in like less than a day. So I was like, okay, so she's probably going to be my answer. I went about my day. I posted a script, and 4 hours later, after I posted it, she sent me a message saying that she'd filled it. So yeah, it was my Pizza Alien script, and she did a video on it. So that's my answer. 4 hours.
Well, that's nice. I have. I'm gonna beat you to that then with my answer. My fastest was 2 hours. Actually.
Oh my god.
And it was actually part 2 of a 2-parter, I guess, duology. It was, let me find it on my list here because it was actually a Patreon exclusive. I'm not going to mention who it was because this person doesn't post anymore, and they kind of removed a lot of their content, but I still have their videos saved as backup files. It was actually for The Villain Spares Your Friends in Exchange for Kisses. So that one. The person actually had DM'd me over on Reddit and sent it to me like 2 hours after I posted. I'm like, how did you get to it that quickly? Like, that's kind of crazy. But in terms of somebody who has publicly, I guess, done this, the fastest was 5 hours, which is actually a fairly newish VA. His name is Persifer ASMR, and it was actually the part 1 to my newest series that's ongoing right now. So if you want to go check out Persifer ASMR, he started up one of my series. But yeah, that is my answer. So.
Also, sorry to cut in for just a moment,
Yeah.
but apparently I am wrong. I just looked it up. 1 day is the shortest turnaround time
Oh, okay.
in someone filling a script.
It's always nice to have people, I guess, immediately see your work and say, I have to do it. You know?
They're inspired.
Very inspired. So, all right, let us move on to the next question. It is the last VV question for our VAs. So, what do you think about mouth, tongue, and breath sounds? Should they be removed or do they help with the final product? Okay, randomizer is. Let me do this. Oh gosh. Thing is, when I do the randomizer, it seems like it keeps giving me the same order, so I'm trying to find one that does not have the same order. Ice Boy, you're first.
Okay. I have a feeling I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion. But the thing about what my listeners really like from me is how natural I sound in terms of dialogue. And because of that, I try to make it as realistic as possible. So I kind of don't remove if I make like accidental clicks in my tongues, or like kind of unpredictable like breathing patterns, because that's who I am as I talk. And my listeners often don't notice it, or like they don't find it a problem. In fact, I actually did point it out, and they'll be like, it just makes this and they'll say like, it's just what makes your audio sound more natural. And ever since then, I got my ego boosted, so I don't often remove any of my accidental tongue clicks and breathing patterns and all that. I tend to be very conscious before, since I thought it was important. But now that I know what my listeners like from me, then I just don't kind of remove it anymore. But that's all.
Next up, we have Princess Roscoe.
I follow a very similar mindset. Not for like the mouth clicks, because I find it slightly distracting. I won't get rid of it entirely, but I will go in when I'm processing the audio and turn it down just a tad so it's not so sharp. But all of my breathing sounds, like when I breathe in or when I exhale, I think that it adds to the performance, because when you're, watching something, it's kind of immersive to be able to hear that. So I do leave most of that in. It's usually the weird like lip smacking or like really sharp clicks that I'll either take out or remove depending on the context.
Next is Vincent.
Okay. No, I'm not muted. I'll go with the middle route and say both Ice Boy and Raska has a valid point. Honestly, how I go for like mouth tongue clicks, breath sounds is the same with the S's and T sound is depending on context or the audio itself, because sometimes it's also part of the acting or the what was the word, accent of the character slash yourself, because sometimes you don't really notice it until you listen. At least that's how I saw it with my own process, where I listen to my own voice and I notice that I do a lot of hard S's and I can't really remove it. And I do on some actions like do a lot of like mouth clicks. Usually if it's something like you're disappointed or like annoyed, like doing the kind of thing. But I try to clean them up personally because I know a lot of listeners don't really like. And as Raska pointed out, it can be very, very sharp. And you, personally, I feel like you want to avoid the sharpness. But I do agree that it adds to the nuance or like the performance. Because again, it can show your emotions like with the breath sounds, mouth clicks, lips click, tongue. Especially like if you try to mimic getting tired. Because I notice a lot of fight scenes don't really have that. That's also part of my hot takes. Of just it depends on context and how you act things out. But personally, just try to lower it and not make it very sharp. Be careful, be careful with mouth clicks and all that.
And last we have Not.
All right. Well, I don't know if I've answered this before, but I'll say for me, it's been quite a journey deciding about what I want to do with all of the mouth sounds and the heavy breathing and so on. So initially, when I started out at the very beginning, I simply wasn't aware of them. So they're everywhere in my audio. However, once I became aware of them, I started getting really obsessed with the idea that I had to remove every single one of them. And that is a huge pain. It takes forever, honestly. I would not recommend that to anyone. It drove me up a wall for several weeks. Then what I sort of discovered is that, well, there's a lot of different ways to take out mouth sounds. I mean, a lot of different techniques that people have developed using various plugins, software, directly editing the audio. I think what I found to be the absolute most effective is a mixture of two things. First, all the stuff they tell you, like be well hydrated, don't eat dairy right before. All of those things weirdly work very, very well. But then the other part of it is very, very expensive software. It does help to take out a bunch of those mouth, tongue, and breath sounds. Now, that said, where I have started to land is that you actually want them in. Not all of them, for sure. There's if you are making a lot of them, just it started to drown out your normal speech, then that's not always desirable. However, something I've been learning is about relative dynamics. And that's the idea that, let's say you're breathing into the microphone. Well, sometimes you just want to not make it as intense, but you still want the breath to be there. So there are ways you can sort of drop that down, decrease the intensity of it, while still keeping it in there. And then it still sounds pretty natural while simultaneously not being as distracting. But it does take a lot of just figuring out exactly what works with your voice, your setup, and your software. Now, the last little thing that I'll say with that is that quite often, when you want to do it intentionally, it's very nice to have a few techniques that let you really emphasize certain kinds of sounds. But that is all very much dependent upon what it is you're going for and just how comfortable you are doing it.
Alrighty, let us move on to my final question. One that I'm actually not going to answer because I already answered this in a previous podcast, so I will leave it up to you all. So the question is for everyone. What have your experiences been, both good and bad, while being part of the ASMR RP community? Our first step is GoldenProxy.
So overall, I've had like a really nice experience in the community. It's always nice when someone fills your script. Like it's just nice knowing that somebody liked it enough to give it a voice. And even though I don't get a lot of comments on the actual Reddit pages, I get some occasionally, but not too often. I do like to kind of lurk in the comment sections of the videos and just see what people think. So I hope nobody minds that. it's always nice seeing like positive feedback towards it. Though. The only kind of like real negative stuff is that like sometimes people won't send links to the scripts when they filled them, even though it's in my terms of use, like you mentioned earlier, Bluechan. But that's only really the kind of little negative bit though.
And honestly, it's not even just a terms of use thing. It's actually one of the requirements for the subreddit to actually send the script fills to the writer, but still a lot of VAs don't do it for some reason. I mean, I assume you all have Reddit accounts if you're here on Reddit. I mean, there are lurkers, but still, I think it's just common courtesy, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, if there's anything that you do, even if you don't even follow any of the other rules, at least send the writer your fill, please.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have to keep searching my name on YouTube and finding stuff places.
Exactly, yeah. I was going to say.
Googling as well. That's actually how I found certain people doing, I guess, Patreon exclusives and not sending them to me. So I had to reach out to them because of that. So please send these to your writers.
For writers, if they've credited you on the video and like in the description, you can type your name in, and it'll bring up videos with your name on. So that's worth doing just to check every now and then.
I do it every day, honestly.
I do it every couple of days.
Yeah. All right. Our next up is Ice Boy.
I think I have a lot of weight on this question because I feel like out of all people, I have been in the community for quite a long time. So, honestly, there's both good and bad, as with any community. And in terms of YouTube obstacles, as a content creator, I have experienced it all. I have experienced my channel being terminated at one point, demonetization of a video, demonetization of my whole channel. I've experienced listeners trying to get into parasocial relationships with me. It has been, those obstacles did quite a number on my motivation to try to do audios, continually trying to do audios. But I am very surprised that with all of that, it never stopped me from making audios at all. Because the good always outweighs the bad for me. I enjoy genuinely doing this and being part of the community and being able to share my thoughts and creations with my listeners, and they appreciate it back in a healthy way. And I have talked with content creators from the YouTube Safe for Work side, not Safe for Work side, on Reddit too. I have experienced it all, and I would say generally it has been a good experience, but the obstacles will take a toll, especially. And this is a speech probably towards newer content creators. You will experience obstacles and it will take a toll on your motivation to do your creations. But I don't know why, but I'm stubborn enough not to stop. It's just an experience.
I think it's an experience for a lot of people. I mean, it seems to be a consistent thing as well. We actually did bring up the issue of like parasocial relationships, like you said before. Again, especially for those who join our Discord, please, please, please make sure that you do not try to push relationships with people in the chat. If they don't want to talk to you, don't try to keep DMing them or trying to get into VCs. We actually had an issue about this recently. I'm not going to name names, but we've had to shut this down several times over on our server. It might not be immediately visible to people in the public setting, but we find out as mods that it does still happen. And again, unfortunately, even if we try to tell people don't do this, they'll still do it. But yeah, if there's anything that you take from any of this, is that again, these are just regular people. Treat them like you would any other person. Don't try to push relationships where there aren't any, Anyway, our next step is not... I don't know if you want to add anything because you did sort of answer this question before on a previous podcast, but feel free to add anything.
Oh, goodness. Let me see if I can come up with something new and interesting to say. So I would say, certainly overall for me, I would feel that the good vastly outweighs the bad. I also would say that one of the things I've especially liked about the community is the fact that by sharing a common interest and also by sort of all being in this weird creative process together, it's really just a lot of great things that emerge when you get a bunch of creative minds all in the same space, all sort of bouncing off each other. And the listeners, too, are a part of that. The comments that people leave, the ideas that people have, just the excitement that they share when they see something or hear something really, really cool. Uh, it really does keep the whole community alive and just so vibrant. And I really, really, really like that part of it. Um, on the bad, certainly I will say there have been some dramatic moments that are not necessarily inside of the scripts, and that can be a little surprising sometimes. But it's honestly rather rare, at least in my experience. I've not seen a ton of that happen, although it does happen, unfortunately. Um, oh goodness, what else could I really say? I think also the community tends to go through many different waves of just changes over time. Iceboy can probably better describe that than I can, but just while I've been recording,
Yes.
there just have been changes, new technologies, new trends, just what people are on about or what people think a good audio roleplay sounds like or looks like or should contain. But in some ways, I also think the community is very is a kind of short memory. I think because there's always new people entering the space, and because there's always new listeners entering the space, there's not really a lot of that old knowledge that gets preserved year after year. So folks like Iceboy are very valuable in that sense, in being able to provide that sort of long community memory.
I know. If I can if I can reply to
Please.
your response, not like 3 years in the boyfriend ASMR community is a very long time. I've seen so many content creators come and go. I've seen so many listeners come and go too, simply because they just aren't into it anymore. And I would say that ASMR, or specifically roleplay ASMR, has gotten so popular now, and I'm so proud of what this community has grown into. But at the end of the day, things change, and I have seen numerous eras of boyfriend ASMR, specifically in the boyfriend ASMR community, of just tastes being like altered. Like sometimes it's just not a trend to do cuddling ASMR. Maybe they like arguing, stuff like that. You see trends changing, and you see content creators changing. And if when you're a older content creator, changing is a very you would think it's not a problem you would think it's not a problem. It's easy for us to change, but it's gotten to a point where like older content creators are starting to have like an identity crisis, I guess. Like, should I change? Should my content change? Uh, should I change for me or should I change for my listeners? Should I change for the community? I always often ask myself these questions, and like I never kind of found a definite answer. But I think that's the point. Like at the end of the day, you just do you, right? An older content creator just does what he does for the longest time, and even though it might not get the same traction as it once had, it's what makes Iceboy ASMR, you know? And I think that's my sentiment to this. So, sorry for stealing the spotlight again.
No, I feel like we should
That's all I have
clap,
to say.
honestly.
I
That's
was gonna
very
say, I was gonna say, trends change, but yanders are eternal.
So true.
No, no.
It's always popular, no matter what. I feel
Also, vampires.
vampires too. That's very popular.
And werewolf. Don't forget
Werewolves too.
werewolves.
All
Those are the big three.
all the spicy boys. All right. Next up is Princess Roska.
So I'm still so new to this whole ASMR RP. I have mainly had just really good experiences, and I think I'm so lucky to have found one, the ASMR Script Haven subreddit, but two, the Script Guild Discord. Everyone that I've met has been so kind and so helpful, especially the whole, listeners and other content creators like writers and VAs kind of hyping me up when I do something. Um, or like because I just started my channel, I'll get a couple people congratulating me on certain milestones. And I think it's all very sweet. Like, I'm a very sensitive person, so I'm sorry if I start to cry when I talk about this, because it's just really, like for me, starting something new, it's always hard, right? But like you want to be supportive because you see someone trying something that they're not familiar with, and to do that it takes a lot of courage. So I do feel a lot of like love and warmth from this community and how open and accepting it has been. I generally just have positive experience to share in regards to my content creation journey so far. If I ever do get like demonetized or, God forbid my channel gets struck, I would hope that there would be, VAs in the Discord that would be like, here's what you need to do. Hopefully
I would do that.
can
I
reach
would
out
be
to
the
people.
first to help you. I
Okay,
would be the
thank
first to
you.
help you because I have experienced that. Like, it sucks.
So scary. It sounds so scary as someone who's never experienced that. And I think when it comes to the links too, that's why I'm so scared of like putting links in my description, because I had a friend that got her channel like struck or demonetized or something because of that. So she's having a hard time right now. But yeah, I mean, I think like I've had one negative experience. Like one person on the subreddit was like, I don't like your voice or something. I don't even remember. The mods removed it really quickly. So yeah. I mean, it's only been what, like 6-7 months maybe, so not much here to share, except that everyone's nice.
I'm glad that there has been mostly good as of right now.
Oh, also, I need to step away for a little bit, so
Yeah.
if I get first on the next question, please skip me.
No problem at all. Also, I think it might be a writer question. I'm not actually sure. But we'll get to that. Actually, no, it's a VA question. Never mind. But yeah, take your time. Okay, so last but certainly not least, we have Vincent.
I'm kind of with Raska because I still feel like I'm new in the community, at least not necessarily in the scene. So far it's been really great. Seeing the collabs, specifically for the Discord, is like the fact that everybody helps each other and not somehow I kind of expect everybody is on everybody's throat. But I guess that's just me being a bit mean or mean spirited. The fact that people helped out and trying to improve one another is very refreshing to see. I suppose if I'm seeing it on the listener side is the growth on everybody, be it from people that I've both inspired me and still listen to this day and such, where I think not mention about the technology changing too. I also felt that from listener perspective. Don't think I could comment on the bad stuff outside the parasocial. I feel that's something that the ASMR RP community share with the VTuber community, is just that the parasocial relationship that happens mostly by accident, sometimes profit driven too. If I could give comment, I feel like on each of the question I might drop my hot takes. But
Go
yeah,
ahead,
it's just
honestly.
that. It's just that I'll rather not go on the tangent, but basically that, like, I feel the only bad stuff that I see is either the drama that prop up and the parasocial stuff. But I feel again that's something just community content creator community shares, be it VTuber, audio RP, SMR, your regular Let's Play channel, etc., etc. It's just something that we seem to keep having trouble and not a lot of fixes. It's just that. But so far, it's been very positive. The fact that I could work with 2 other VAs and improve my skill is also a very good experience in the community, I feel. Yeah.
Yeah, like
That's
I
all,
mentioned
honestly.
before, just it seems to be a consistent issue with the parasocial relationships. I mean, I've gone
It's
over it a lot.
everywhere, I feel.
Yeah, and like no matter how much you tell people, it just feels like they just don't get it. Sometimes.
I'm kind of reminded with the Monty Python's Life of Brian scene of like, I'm not the Messiah, you're the Messiah kind of thing.
But yeah. Let me actually skip over to the writer question just to give Princess Rosca a little bit of time.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay, cool. So that's fine. That's perfectly fine. You were actually last on the next one, so we can do the order. So yeah, this was back for the VAs. This isn't even a question. We're going to play a little game with our VAs for this one. From Grain of Salt Do ASMR. I want you to impersonate a speech of at least one well-known character. It can be fictional characters from live-action movies, animations, video games, or real-life public figure. Then let everyone else judge the similarity. The first is Ice Boy.
I've been looking forward to this.
Okay, I have a video of me impersonating Kazuha from Genshin Impact.
Oh my gosh, I need to hear this. Please send it to me. I love Kazuha.
Well, I don't think I sound like him, but I'll try my best.
Please.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories from my home. This blade is the last thing I have to the land of my birth. That's all.
You got the softness down, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't know how many other
And
people play
weirdly
Genshin
enough,
here. I love Genshin.
Another one would be Goofy. Gorge. That's all. That's the only one I can impersonate.
Well, I don't know if anyone has a comment on it. How well did he do, guys?
I feel
I am
Goofy
not
could be
familiar with the
worked.
character.
I feel Goofy could be worked a bit because I think I could do it too.
Yes, QB with the Genshin brain rot always. Okay, next up is Not. I'm very curious how this is gonna sound.
Oh my goodness. Honestly, I don't do a lot of impersonations. By that I mean I basically never do impersonations. It's actually a pretty big weak point. I don't know. Let's see. I guess the closest thing I could do might be the merchant from Resident Evil 4.
Ooh.
What are you buying? I'll buy it at a high price.
Honestly, I wish I had actually played Resident Evil. I only got into the series pretty recently in the past 2 years. So.
That sounded like better than the remake version, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Not for the next Resident Evil game.
I think I could agree with that. Yeah, close with the remake.
Okay. Next up is Vincent.
My brain blanked. I think a few people says my yuck is quite close to
my God.
Goofy.
That does not sound like you.
Yeah, gosh, it's kind of close. I'm with Not that I don't really do impersonation that much.
That's fine.
Yeah, I do try to kind of go closer to Duke Nukem because I kind of like the I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum and a mole out of gum kind of thing. But I don't think I do good.
I don't know, what does everyone else think?
I thought that was pretty good.
Sounds spot on to me.
I will only old people would know what Duke Nukem is.
Can you do the Roddy Piper
Excuse
version?
me, you calling me old?
No, I'm calling you young for the fact that you don't know Duke Nukem is. Who Duke Nukem is.
All right. Last we have Princess Roscoe.
So I mentioned this in our kind of like waiting room when we were setting up, but I don't know really how to impersonate. I'm not even really good at accents, but the only thing that I can do, and I might need to move away from the microphone because it might get a little bit loud, so hold on. I can do a couple Pokemon sounds.
Oh, let's hear it.
So there's Charmander, Char, Pikachu, Pika-Pee, Pikachu, Squirtle, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur.
As a Pokemon fan, I think that is 100% accurate.
For real, for real.
Also
I
a
could
Pokemon
agree.
fan
That's
here,
just
by the
like the show.
And as the old anime Pokemon fan, that's very
The old school before they changed the voice actors back in the day.
exactly back in the day.
I still remember when that happened. Everybody was so upset. I remember. They changed all the VAs. But they switched over to like the new company or whatever. I was so sad. And it was like halfway through like a Gen 3 season 2, and I was like, why does everyone sound so different? Alright, let us move on to the next question. Also from Grain of Salt DSMR. The first question for writers specifically. Oh my gosh, it took us this long. There is a saying that writers are cursed with strange and horrifying search histories, especially writers of horror/thriller genre. What is the most cursed thing you've ever Googled for writing purposes? GoldenProxy's first.
Oh, of course I'm first for this. So for when I'm writing ASMR scripts, I don't really have to Google stuff very often. Recently, I did a few scripts that were inspired by Baldur's Gate, which I've been playing a lot recently. And I had to Google a bit of the lore for that universe just to make sure I was kind of keeping in the spirit of things. But for the most part, I don't really need to Google, so I'm sorry if the answers are a bit underwhelming there.
I mean, that's perfectly fine. We'll get to all the really cursed answers when we get to me, but I'm last. So, the next person is Ice Boy.
It's not really a curse, more like kind of random. I was searching for sound effects, I was searching for sound effects because I wanted to envision what the setting would be like when I write. And it's school, so like college. So I'm like, okay, what sound effects do I need here? And I came across like the topic of school bells, and I wanted to know the origin of the Japanese anime school bell sound. And I realized that I went into a rabbit hole of grandfather clocks and their chimes, and there's 3 common chimes of grandfather clocks, and I just went down that rabbit hole, and I was like, what am I doing here? I'm supposed to be searching for sound effects for my script. So that's really the most outlandish thing I could think of.
Oh my god, it's always the rabbit holes.
Yeah, if
you
you
always
guys didn't know.
going through like one thing.
If you guys don't know, there's 3 common chimes of grandfather clocks. Only 3. I don't know how I knew that, but I do now.
Tell us the history of it over on the Discord.
I would love
No context, just kind of put it there in chat. Oh my gosh. Okay, next up is Not.
Okay, let's see. It's actually really difficult to think of anything that's very cursed. They need to look up for scripts. I feel like what's often more cursed is trying to look up sound effects and then just coming across people's different interpretations of them, how to make certain sounds. I don't know. Goodness. I guess the most cursed thing that I ended up having to look up. Well, let me see. It was about how long it takes ships to sink. That's probably one of the weirder things to look up. I guess in terms of just strange things to look up, what would it be here? Probably something about the internal layout of prison wings. So those came up mostly because when I'm trying to figure out settings in writing, oftentimes I have trouble just visualizing what the layout of places would be. So rather than just kind of keep it like a generic hallway or something, I'll try to find blueprints or diagrams to use, and then sort of sketch out movement of the characters around in them. So that probably makes me look a little weird that there's just a bunch of printouts of various buildings.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna make up for just how cursed this actually can go for some writers. So I have a script that is called Villain Neighbor Asks You for a Cup of Sugar. And I had to look up some very interesting things for this one script. The first was how much cyanide can you get out of apple seeds? So I sound like a serial killer. First, doing that as well. Another thing was how to make DIY explosives. So again, I'm probably on a list somewhere because of some of these particular things that I try to look up. And again, it's kind of weird attempting to, I guess, look for these things without it sounding really like you're actually gonna try to do it. I guess is the best way to put it. But yeah, hopefully people don't think I'm out here trying to kill people because I'm trying to look up, I guess, the accuracy of, I guess, specific materials to create a DIY explosive. So, yeah, that's my most cursed thing. So, our next question.
You sure you're not a serial
Yes,
killer?
I swear I'm not a serial killer. Not yet, at least.
But how many apples would it take to
How many apples does it take to kill somebody with cyanide?
Actually curious. Can you tell us the number? Do
I
you still
don't
know?
remember. The thing is that, from what I remember at least, is that you would need like several pounds, like several like tons, to actually get enough cyanide out of apple seeds to kill somebody. So you'd have to eat a lot of apple seeds.
Also, when Bluechan orders a semi full of apples, then we should be
You should
concerned.
be concerned. You should also be concerned if I order several pounds of sugar, because you actually can combine it with two different things. I can't remember off the top of my head what it was, but you can combine it with two different things to actually create a DIY explosive. By the way, just so you know.
Okay, that is genuinely interesting, though. Like, I would want to learn more about how that works.
The keyword of the day is yet.
Not yet. But you'll know. I'll put it on my Throne account. The moment that I put it on my Throne account, you should start feeling concerned. Anyway, yeah, so let's move on to the last question from Grain of Salt ASMR. This is for everyone. I stumbled across YouTube and found Whisper Crystal's channel. She was active in 2010 to 2012 and posted soft-spoken audio roleplay contents, despite not explicitly saying that it was ASMR nor roleplay. I wonder if there is an older content creator you know, or even better, ones who pioneered ASMR RP contents. Let me do our little thingy here. Da, 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 da. Okay, GoldenProxy is first.
So for this one, most of the ASMR channels that I listen to now are modern ones. The only one I could really think of that I would consider older would probably be Fearless Lynn, who I don't think has posted anything in a while, but she was the only one I could think of. But she did really good stuff back in the day.
Okay, our next one is Ice Boy.
Yeah, most of the ones that I listen to are quite modern, except for Cardalin audio. I feel like Cardalin started around 2011, actually, and not even on YouTube. I think on Reddit. But yeah, Cardalin audio is probably gonna be like. But I haven't even listened to Cardalin until right when I listened to at the same time I listened to the modern ones too. But Cardalin is probably the oldest. I'm also feeling inspired sometimes from him because I like what's it called? I like because he is a POC creator. He's Filipino like me, so I feel kind of like motivated to do my work because a lot of Filipinos don't have a place in some communities, and I'm really glad that specifically in the boyfriend roleplay ASMR community, there are so many Filipinos that are boyfriend ASMR artists. I met so many of them, and sometimes when I talk to a newer ASMR artist and they tell me that like, oh, I'm doing this because like you, Ice Boy, you're Filipino, so it makes me want to do content creating too. Like as a boyfriend ASMR artist, I'm like, that is so touching. You have no idea.
That's
like
so
I'm just
sweet.
I know. I'm able to inspire more Filipino boyfriend ASMR artists to do boyfriend ASMR, and it's really important because in the Asian community, we don't really talk a lot about our emotions, or we kind of suppress our emotions a lot. We don't often seek out and express them. It's not really that common in the Asian community, and so seeing more people do that, seeing people of my kind, Filipinos do that, it's really inspiring. And I can only thank Cardalin for that. He's my inspiration. One of my inspirations.
Honestly, now that you mentioned that, because I brought this up yesterday in the Discord, just how I've been noticing a lot of Filipino VAs coming around and doing a lot of bilingual works as well. Like a lot of them do the Tagalog videos. I don't know if you've seen those, Ice Boy, but I've seen quite a few of them actually. So it's pretty cool to actually see so many of them kind of, I guess, creating this sort of content. So it's really nice.
It's really nice. It's a nice feeling.
All right. Next we have Vincent.
Oh God. I'm not too sure about old, but the reason why I even started doing audio roleplay is because of Dangerous ASMR. For the female part, for the male part, Dark and Twisted Whisper. Mostly because I like how they edit. It's kind of weird for me. I just like the editing because, again, it feels more like an audio drama rather than your typical ASMR, the tingles and all that. Though I also can relate with Ice Boy because it's quite rare to see, or at least openly see, Indonesian ASMR artists or audio roleplay. Up until I think I only known about Dream Boyfriend very recently, too, and finding out that he's Indonesian was a huge surprise for me. Although I also know a few others Indonesian, mostly for female F4As, practically. And then, yeah.
So I'm next on this question. I actually do not have a really good answer to this, other than, I guess, the fact that it's not so much, I guess, the pioneers of ASMR, but I was, I guess, around. I mean, I've been around YouTube for a long time. And so there was a point where ASMR wasn't really a term people used, but you would still get it, like the traditional ASMR feeling itself from regular videos sometimes, right? So, like, it was there, but it wasn't necessarily being referred to as ASMR. And a lot of times it was unintentional in those cases, but then I feel like it just kind of blew up in popularity over the past, like, I don't know, like 5-10 years or so. Who knows how long it's been. So again, I can't really give a specific person per se, but that's kind of just what I noticed, at least.
Oh, can I
Yes.
can I reply to you?
Yes.
I'm actually the same way. When I got into this community, it's not because I was a avid listener of roleplay ASMR. It was actually because I love traditional ASMR. I got ASMR even before it was like coined as a term because I don't know what it is, but I would always watch like kittens, like petting kittens, and the way that they purr makes me fall asleep. Like, and I'm just like, what is this? This is like magic. It's like the same way as listening to like rain, like as you're falling asleep, but it's like kittens. And I would tell my friends that I'm like, you're weird, and I'm like, okay. It's interesting. It's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of the time was just things that you wouldn't think would give you that feeling, I guess. And sometimes I guess like it would just happen, like to me, even outside of it sounds weird saying this, but I guess even outside of watching things, like in real life, like just particular sounds that you hear sometimes have that kind of like tingly, sort of relaxing feeling to them. And back then in the day, I'm like, I don't even know what this is. I'm like, am I the only person that actually feels this? But you know, like once people kind of started talking about it, I'm like, oh, I'm not the only one. I'm not the weird one here. So I guess it's cool that it's kind of become a more well-known, popular thing as time has gone on. So our next up is not.
Oh, well, I'll also say that I feel like I'm very recent in the space. Um, I've only been doing this for maybe about a year and a half now or so. Uh, and honestly, a lot of the channels that I think I've listened to before starting were only now about, say, 3 years old or so. So certainly one's older than my channel, but I suppose not so old in the grand scheme of things. Um, Let me see. I was going to respond to something else somebody said. Oh, that's right. As far as diversity within the space, uh, I've actually been very pleasantly surprised that there's a good amount of diversity within the audio roleplay community, not just in terms of nationality or ethnicity or anything like that, but in just a grand sweeping range of different people's experiences from all different backgrounds, all different walks of life. We have young VAs, older VAs. We have folks who've had all sorts of different journeys to get where they are today. So, just something I did want to point out there. But yeah, no, I think the channels that, ooh, let me see, that I am most familiar with are just ones from maybe 3 years ago at most. And for a lot of them, many of them sort of either dropped off or ended up rebranding or just disappeared or something. Um, I think it was brought up earlier that the space has a lot of turnover. There's a lot of folks who do it just for a relatively short period of time and then move on to other types of content or just elsewhere, I suppose. Um, yeah, I suppose that's my answer.
I know we also sort of talked about that in the first podcast too. That one question, it was like a really late question, I remember, about I guess like the cycle and just how some people just kind of leave after a certain point because they get burnt out of the content. And I mean, like, it probably is maybe an inevitable thing, but I guess who knows? We're all still here. So we'll see in a couple years if we're still here.
Adding to that, actually, there's because I just noticed like pioneered stuff. Other than there's like a lot of VAs or SMR channel that rebrand. My recent favorite is McCall Ray. I forgot their old names, but I feel they're also like one of the quote unquote pioneer because they do a lot of the monsters too, like very unique monsters too. Because I feel a lot of people try to kind of mimic her editing because she actually does a lot of good monster edits specifically for something cryptid and alien like. Yeah, Mother Macabre is her old name. But yeah, I do agree. There's like a lot of old VAs that changes their names and all that because
Oh,
That's
okay.
me. I'm one of them. I rebrand so much.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, I was also wanted to say that I would second that. Mother Macabre, I guess now McCall Ray, is is a bit of an inspiration. just in terms of demonstrating that you can do a lot more with the scenarios.
Yeah.
That was always something that really impressed me, especially the way that there was a lot of soundscape building going on, even in some of the earlier recordings.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah.
Alrighty, and last we've got Princess Ruska.
I probably have the least to contribute in terms to this question. I didn't really fall into the ASMR RP niche like how most people did. I never really listened to any ASMR RP before I started. I just really liked to read, and I guess I really liked to voice act out what I read. But before doing ASMR RP, I listened to a lot of like sewing videos because I also love to cosplay and I love to sew. And the sound of like a running sewing machine is really relaxing to me. It doesn't give me the tingles like ASMR does, but it's something I can fall asleep to. Nowadays, I do tend to listen to ASMR RPs. It's more for male voices because that's what I like to listen to, but sometimes I'll peek over on the female side to see what's popular, to see what people are doing, to keep on track with trends, I guess. I don't, as far as like old content creators, I probably would need some recommendations to start listening to. And I guess Macalde Ray is one of those that I need to peek into.
I'm gonna have to agree with that. I always listen to the guys. It's just my thing. If I'm
it's
not,
just what I like to listen to.
It's the same here. I mean, even though I write like A for A, like I always prefer listening to the guys. Sorry, ladies. It's just my thing.
I get it. It's okay.
Especially the romance one. It's so awkward. I feel like if I'm listening to like the girls, I'm like, I want to hear a guy do this and stuff.
The Princess has it's an interesting way how you got into this community because it's the same way as I am. Like, I bought my first ever mic to do traditional ASMR, but ever since I started doing a video of just me reading a book, like a chapter book, all of my comments are like, just do boyfriend ASMR. Please don't do anything else. I love your voice. Just do your just do boyfriend roleplay ASMR. I'm just like,
so I wanted to be a teacher when I was younger because I really liked reading out loud. But I guess teaching doesn't pay that well. So I have, a full-time office corporate job that's really soul-sucking. And then I read in my spare time.
Oh my gosh, kind of a funny thing. Like, Expo, you gotta go watch the previous podcast where I talked about how I got into ASMR through Genshin.
Are you?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes,
are you serious?
I'm serious.
That's insane.
Actually, let me tell the story while I'm at it. Very short, but it was a question. So basically, I am a hardcore Scaramouche fan, and I like to look into basically anything and everything about him back in the day. And one day I was searching up stuff just to see if anybody was talking about him, and the first thing that came up was ASMR RP, like Scaramouche. I'm like, what is this? So I decided to look into it, and then I got into to Azuru official. So that was my story about getting into ASMR. So yes, it was
Azuru.
Yes, Azuru. Yes, he's still my favorite VA. Honestly, he is an incredible VA. Like really crazy range too, like with all the voices he can do. But anyway, that is a totally different tangent that we're going off on. So yeah, next question from another panelist on with our group who has 4 questions actually. It's from GoldenProxy.
That's me.
Yes, you. For everyone. What are your top 3 tips for aspiring writers / VAs? I'm actually the first person here. First off, go watch the video that I posted to this channel where I talk about, I guess, several tips on becoming a scriptwriter because that's what I know. I'm a writer. And something again that I really want to stress, and I keep talking about this a lot, is please read the terms of use, VAs. Please do that because there's a lot of things that I guess specific writers such as myself are not okay with. And again, I'm very particular about the things that I want in people's fills of my work. So please do that. Again, it's not going to be the same for everybody. And I've mentioned this before, previous podcasts as well, is, you know, if whatever the writer is doing doesn't fit your brand, just don't do their work. Because, I mean, you don't want to mess things up for either of you, I feel. Kind of stick to writers that fit, I guess, within, I guess I don't want to say the term comfort zone, because we also talked about that last time. More so of the ones that fit your brand the most, in terms of what they're okay with. Another thing is something that I actually really want to, I guess, talk about in a eventual video. Like, I'm super busy, so I haven't really been able to do this, but for writers, when it comes to writing your series, please let your VAs know, like, I guess, how many parts are going to be the content of the entire series. Please make sure that you map out your series before you start it, because you don't want a VA to become invested and then, like, halfway through you put in something that they're not comfortable doing. So be very transparent. Also, when you're posting your scripts, make it convenient for your VAs as well. Put all of your parts in every single, or put links to every single part of your series into every single post that you make for that series, because it makes life so much easier. Also, have a master list. It's gonna make everybody's life a lot simpler. Anyways, next up is Iceboy.
It's hard to think of 3 tips on the spot, but I guess for writing, as a ghostwriter, which I don't mind being, please let me know when you have filled a script. I would often, like I said, I would give my scripts to some other boyfriend ASM artists for them to fill, because not for, or just because I feel like their voice might fit more, or I prefer it if they would fill it. And they will be like, yes, of course. And then times would go by and it would never, like, notify me of anything. And I would ask them, like, hey, have you filled the script yet? I was like, yes, I filled it like 2 months ago. And I'm like, what? Why did you not tell me this? Because I would love it if, like, I immediately know, like, how you guys do, how you filled your scripts, like how you voice acted using my script. It's always so nice, because maybe you might add things to the script that I would never thought of that just makes it even better. So please let me know. Please let your writers know when you have filled the script. It seems like it's a requirement. It seems like it's always been a requirement, but sometimes, like,
Yeah,
they
it's
often
always
forget, like,
been, and people still don't do it, unfortunately.
yeah. So please let your writers know when you have filled your script. As for VAs, if you feel like you are, I don't know how to explain this. Sometimes you get bored of your own voice when you edit. And if that's the case, I want you to take the time to redo and re-record it again, so that at a time when you do feel motivated, you're much more willing to act out. Because if you're so tired, if you're fatigued from doing audios, and you record, you act as much as the best, with the best of your ability, and you still sound like you're bored of your own voice, it's really telling on where your attitude of content creating is going. So I suggest, once you get that feeling of like, I sound kind of bored here, it might mean you are burnt out. So record at a time where you feel much more motivated. And then I guess my last tip, as a VA, is this question is kind of, this is kind of ironic, because as a VA, there's a difference between a voice actor that does ASMR and an ASMR artist that happens to voice act. For me, I am an ASMR artist that happens to voice act. I am not a voice actor, and I will confidently, like, admit that I don't have as much skill as other voice actors out there. They're much more skilled than I am, but my job is to make you guys fall asleep or to receive tingles, because I am an ASMR artist. you as a content creator, you have a job to do. Everyone has a goal in their channel, whether that be to voice act, provide range, showcase your voice, or for ASM artists, just to make your listeners fall asleep, to feel tingles and all that. Whichever it is, know your route, know your main goal, because you might start to lose yourself and you kind of spread yourself out too thin, and that's how you get burnt out again. So if you do get burnt out, find the route, find your main purpose and what you're doing here in the first place. And yeah, that's all. You get that way you don't get burnt out.
Alrighty. Next up is Princess Rosca.
So for aspiring VAs, just start. That's my first tip. I always see, and this comes with being in the VTubing space as well, a lot of people are really shy to start things. I tend to act first, think later. So a lot of the times when I happen to find hobbies that I like, it's usually just starting it is really the hardest, because you'll usually find resources or a community to kind of help guide you along the way. Second would be do market research on what's popular, but also be true to yourself, because a lot of the times I think we all start this hobby because it's something we're interested in. Maybe we have a passion for it, but when you first start out, you're not going to be making income from it unless you go viral or you're super lucky, I guess. But be true to yourself, because if you're making content that you don't like, or just because it's popular, you're going to think of it more as a job, and then it gets less enjoyable. Third would be, I know people who start out always have this comment and they're like, I can't stand the sound of my own voice. You have to listen to yourself. You have to go and edit your audio, so you're going to be listening to yourself. And like Iceboy said, if you get bored of listening to yourself, you need to re-examine, that portion of the audio or whatever, because if you're bored of your own voice, how would other people feel? Like, what kind of experience are you giving to the listeners? But also, you can catch a lot when you listen back, right? And maybe it's weird. I actually like listening to the sound of my own voice. I just like to talk a lot. So that's why I'm a streamer. And then bonus, hydrate and use chapstick, you guys. Those are my 3 top tips. I think they're really important.
I'm both getting like the drink lots of water comment several times in the past couple of podcasts. So please do that, guys. You're going to start doing VA work. So next up we have Not, who I think also pioneered that idea back in the day.
Pioneered which idea?
The drinking lots of water.
Oh no, I picked that up from folks who are there long before I was. I'm just carrying on the tradition, as it were. Let me see here. Top 3 tips. Okay. Well, first off, I do want to just comment on I suppose mention of letting your writers know that you've done a script fill, and it's really actually beneficial to both sides, on both the writing and the VA side. It's really wonderful just to hear those kinds of supportive comments from other folks in the community telling you that, hey, I've really enjoyed your work and I've made something from it, or vice versa, to get that feedback from writers. It's wonderful to hear just how they really can appreciate oftentimes the additional effort that you've put in. It really helps to make it pay off. And then, it helps you stop second guessing yourself when the writer says, yes, I like that. That was good. Or, oh, that one part, yes, you nailed it. Such a wonderful feeling. But onto the 3 tips themselves, I think the first one that I would say that I have not yet heard raised is protect your privacy. Going back to some of the community drama, one of the biggest things that I think you can do while you are still getting started, while you're still small, is just take some steps to make sure that your privacy is well protected. There are lots of ways that folks end up giving away their information unintentionally, and we live in a time where there's just information everywhere. So please do try to be mindful of that. It'll help you as you continue to grow and as you continue to become more visible. Second, I think that as far as really getting started, one of the best things is just to have fun with it. Just roll with it. Expect that you're going to not be great at it in the beginning. Expect that you're not going to be great at it 10 years from now. You know what? One of the things I found that I think people often misunderstand is there's this perception that, well, I just started, so I'm not a real VA. I'm not really, a professional. And I will say, as an amateur myself, most of us aren't. The vast majority of us are just amateurs who are having fun, getting into the things we want to get into. I think very few of us actually make any sort of livable wage off of this. So you're really doing it for yourself more than anything else. So always, I think, try to keep that in mind. That however new to the scene you might feel, or however amateur you might feel, you're right there with the rest of us. So have that. And then I think the final thing I would say, and this applies to both the writing and the VA space, I have noticed that one of the most difficult things is when you're about to record or when you're about to write, you have this moment where you sit down, you say, you know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to write. I'm going to record, and it's going to be perfect, and I'm not going to make any mistakes. And then you just put so much pressure on yourself, and you just keep flubbing lines, or you keep writing yourself into corners. You're like, it's just not working. I don't know why. But here's the little trick. If you keep writing, if you keep voicing, just keep rolling, just let yourself really immerse into the material. Try not to worry so much about all of this other stuff. Just enjoy the moment. And what I've found is as you get deeper and deeper into the character, as you get deeper and deeper into the story, it just becomes easier and faster to write and write and write, or to record and record and record. And then oftentimes you're just in the right mood. You're in that zone where suddenly everything just works. And if you start again, if you start a new recording, you'll have that energy pumping through you. It makes it just all, not just easier, but fun. And that, I think, is really how you stay in the space. Because to the previous comments, once you stop really having fun with it, once it becomes just this thing that you do and it's work, it's really, really hard to put anything out there.
Very good tips there. Our next up is Vincent.
I feel like I don't need to add much because I feel everybody already put in a good pointers. But personally, for me, is at least on the VA side, don't really be afraid to experiment. I know, was it Iceboy who said, like, if you don't, no, I think it's you, Bluechan, who mentioned, like, if you don't like doing, don't do it. But I feel like try it out once. Like, you don't have to record it, but at least read it first. Because sometimes the classic don't judge the book on its cover kind of thing, where you'll read the title and like, I don't think this is something for me. Because sometimes the title really don't convey the feeling or what the content is. So don't really afraid to just try it out. Even in editing, like maybe if you aren't sure with FX, just try it out once, listen to it. If you don't like, then don't release it. If you like, then, of course, well, obviously release it, because if you like it, then your viewers will like it. Second is read. I think to emphasize Nod's comment about you had that burst of energy of like, I need to write or like I need to record. Specifically for VA, read the material first. Because I feel sometimes a lot of like newer VA specifically who don't really do much editing and just record and upload, I suppose. if they're doing a fill, they would often keep the mistakes in. Just to avoid that, try reading the script without having your mic hot, without recording. Just read. Get the feel to the script, to the ambience, to how the story flows, because that'll like improve how you're gonna act it out too. And number 3, I suppose, the classic, just have fun with it, Don't feel pressure, especially if you're starting out. And it's okay to take breaks despite the I totally understand about numbers and YouTube, and if you take a break, it feels like YouTube is pulling your viewers away, because that's how I feel currently with my own stuff. I took a month break and it feels like I can't climb back up, but that's okay. The listener is gonna, go back and you'll have your viewers back. Just don't be afraid of just taking a break and not do much if you don't feel like it, or if you feel tired with your voice and all that.
I do want to address Nott's point about privacy, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure thing.
Go for it.
Yeah, just a reminder, right, that everything you post online, whether it's in the Discord, whether it's in your community posts, Instagram, Twitter, whatever social media you use, be so careful, right? Taking pictures, especially of like right outside your window, or sharing that with others, you never know. Like, even if you're small, you think, oh, I have like 50 subscribers, right? Like, no one will ever see this and find me. You never want to share. It's weird because some people are really weird. You just want to be careful about that. Another thing that I've learned is if you are sharing, where you're going to eat or what you are doing, take those pictures, have fun, but also save them for when you've left, right? So don't post a picture of a restaurant, where you're at, what you're eating, because then someone can go in and identify which table you're sitting at or things like that. It's just, I think nowadays with social media, it's just so, quick and everyone's sharing everything. Just as a content creator, take your privacy seriously, because there are people out there who don't always have the best intentions. Just as someone who's a little bit older, I guess, reminding the youngins, just be careful what you share, please.
I guess just to reiterate that, at least what I had mentioned before, we've had people come to us through our ticket system over on the Discord, and some of them are like smaller channels, but they have people who've been stalking them, basically. Like, we're, trying to get in touch with them or try to find out like who or where they are. And I mean, like, it can happen to anyone. It doesn't matter how big you are. So please, again, just be careful, especially in public settings, and even in private settings with specific people on the Discord. Like, you might think, oh, this person's my friend or whatever, but always be very careful, especially if you're a minor too. Like, you do not want to be putting your information out there. And I know it can be very tempting seeing like all the older members doing this as well. And again, I try to stress, even with the older members, try not to do this, because again, some things can happen, and things have happened, unfortunately. So yes, please protect yourself as much as possible. And lastly, we have GoldenProxy. Do you want to answer your own question?
I'll do so gladly. So yeah, just going off what Nort and Vincent said, I do find it's important to kind of have fun with what you're doing, and make sure that it doesn't feel like work, because you don't want to start kind of dreading what you're doing or feel like you're forcing yourself to do it, because then I think that would just take a lot of the fun out of it, and that's kind of the main reason I write, is because I enjoy it. The one of my other tips is to for writers is to be interested in what you're writing in, because I think that will show in the actual text itself, and that'll help other people to like it as well. It'll just add a bit of energy to it, basically. And then my last tip would be to I'm sure Bluechan can agree how important this is to edit your work and get rid of like any typos or even like just read the script out loud just to see how it sounds. I find that's very helpful with writing in general, not just for ASMR scripts, because if it reads weird or if it sounds weird when you say it out loud, it's probably not going to work as well for an ASMR script. So that's quite important.
Honestly, even with all the edits, I find that I'll find mistakes like months later, and I'll start freaking. I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yeah,
this has been up for months, and this has been here. I've had to fix things before.
I found a very tiny one today, and I was very embarrassed by it.
It's always gonna happen, no matter what you do. Even if you have the spell checks and the grammar checks, it's always gonna happen, no matter what. All right, so let us move on to your next question. I gotta fix up this randomizer because it keeps putting the same people in the same order for some reason. Our next one is specifically for our VAs. What is your favorite kind of script, and what exactly makes you go, yes, I would like to fill this, and what might keep you from doing so, even if it's a good script? This was actually a question that you gave us in the first podcast, I believe.
Yes.
I don't know if Not wants to answer this, but he's not first. But we'll see when we get there. Princess Roska was first.
I like a lot of comfort scripts because I think that tends to be more of my personality type. When I stream, I kind of just chat and chill, and I get a lot of comments that my space is very comforting. So I do tend to gravitate more towards scripts that provide that kind of atmosphere or, through words. And I think, like Iceboy said, you kind of have to find what your niche is. And I think I just want to provide a comforting experience for the listeners. So immediately, I troll a lot of the comfort tags in the subreddit as well as in the Discord for scripts to record. But I also really like a lot of the narrative scripts. I think what prevents me from doing it right now is I don't have the acting range or the editing ability to do those scripts justice. But I love scripts. I love reading those scripts. I'll read like all types of scripts. I also do yandere because, like you said, yandere is eternal. But I do like a softer kind. I think it's a little bit more menacing. It's a little bit scary when I record yandere and listen back because I don't like yandere as a listener. I love recording yandere. It's really weird because it's just it's like the complete opposite of comfort, right? But it's just scary to listen to. But acting it out is fine. It's a weird dichotomy.
Always yandere eternal, no matter what.
Always. It does so good on the channel. I'm like, I can't stop. Like at least once a month, like I need to have. And I enjoy doing them. It's not like I hate them, so that's why.
see, guys, this is why I always talk about this in the Discord. I'm trying to create an army of, I guess, villain hypers and enemies to lovers. Let's push yandere out of the top spot. Let us make villains the most popular. Give me my enemies to lovers.
You might make a chimera of enemies to lover yandere villain.
I've done this before, actually. Kind of.
I was going to say, it sounds familiar for some reason.
Anyways, let me see. Our next up is Not.
Oh, okay. Let me see. I guess I'll start by saying that, yes, I probably have answered this one before then, but you know what? In the spirit of being a good sport about it and to the point of just roll with things, let's answer it again. And also, let's see if anything's changed with my answer. So we'll do this off the cuff. What is my favorite kind of script? I think it's really ones where there's something like a bit of an inversion, or just, I like scripts where the scenario is, it's something, but and then whatever the twist is. It makes it just more exciting to always have that little bit of experimental, sort of going against the grain sort of feeling to it. Those I think are always really exciting because it gives you a chance to just really try to act out a very particular kind of character. It really keeps me engaged. Uh, Now, what keeps me from filling good scripts where I'm like, oh, that script is well written, I love the scenario, but I'm not going to fill it. Well, sometimes there are just certain things that I'm just not comfortable doing. That's that's one. Uh, Others, I think, would be that sometimes I'm just not the right VA for the script. I'll read it, and I can hear it, and I can imagine exactly how I'd want it to go, but I know I can't do it. I either don't have the range, or it's just not a kind of character I'm really able to voice well. Uh, I'd say, for example, Neko scripts are actually something I quite like reading, and I like listening to them as well. But I struggle really with voicing Neko characters. I feel like oftentimes I don't have that Neko sound that a lot of listeners expect. So um, that I think would be my answer. That just sometimes I feel other VAs, for whatever reason, are better positioned to do it. Um, I think this is especially true sometimes where, for example, the M4M scripts. There are some that I think are very well written, but I just am not quite sure how to portray the character. So I think some VAs are just because of their life experience, because of their background, they sometimes have a better sense of exactly how they want to play the role. And I think that often really helps to take it to the next level. So often I like to think to myself, every script is there just in search of the right VA to voice it. And you just never know who that's going to be. And sometimes as a VA, that's not you, and you're just putting it back out there for someone else to pick up.
You know, it's funny. Since we have our event going on for January for trying out new things, let's get that not doing a Neko script. I would
You know what
like
I was
to
thinking? I was thinking of that meme where it's like cat boys are out, cat men are in.
Catman. Yes, let's do it, not Catman.
Did that of thing?
Hyper masculine Neko.
I would
Well,
love to feel that.
I do have the deconstruction, the Nya dude one, but I've not done a classic Neko. I think is what I'd say. But if you want a deconstruction, a flip of the script, yeah, check out my script, Nya dude, which is about a Neko who's not quite traditional, you know.
Remind me tomorrow to check that script.
Oh my gosh. Anyways, Vincent, you're next.
First thing, I would like to stare at Bluechan and say villain script. Try and guess who affected me to really enjoy villain script.
The best advertisement.
But yeah, recently I've been kind of checking on other villain scripts here and there, but what really grabs me are usually stories. Because I try to not really do a lot of comfort, despite as a listener, I do enjoy comforts. I try to find something that is more story driven, be it one shot or series. One shot, I would say like the the Matrix one that not wrote, the superhero X agent one that I really enjoy.
Enlisting in the Protector program.
Yeah, that one. Those kind of stuff are what I would actually like go ooh and check out, and oftentimes quickly filled it. But because the question is also what might keep me from doing so is something that sometimes I notice some writers really don't know where to go with the script and just end it either abruptly or kind of awkwardly. because how I read the script is the same as how I do back when I was still in college, do filming, because that's my background is filming and animation, multimedia, essentially. So if I read a script, I would try to imagine the scene, and what really keep me from doing scripts, even if they're like good and something that I really, really enjoy. For example, I think a few of the queers script I feel is a bit lacking, because I feel people just want to make a queer script and that's it, and rarely imagine the scene itself or like how it feels for both VA and listener. Because I feel sometimes it's not really about the writing, as in the grammar or wordings, because I feel for VAs you could just improv that, and as long as the improv is very close to what the writer imagined, I feel that's okay. But if it's just kind of aimless or very short, it's sometimes I would go like, nah, I'm not gonna take that, because again, I need to really imagine the scene itself to able to fill it, and even editing the whole audio, because sometimes I would try to something along the line of like, I understand where you're coming from, but I feel if I do something like this, it'll make more sense, kind of thing. Yeah, just not like either it's comfort or something story based and rather weird, and I'll just not take anything that is kind of vague.
And last we've got Ice Boy.
Again, I don't think this question kind of applies to me.
Whatever way you can answer this.
I guess I'll answer it in a unique way and answer why I don't often script fill. Like someone else's. It's because like whenever I write my own scripts and voice act them, in terms of content creation, this is my personal preference. I would like full control over all of it. And so because sometimes I might catch something on my whenever I record, whenever I perform, sometimes I catch something in my script that's like, maybe I can alter this. Because even when I do have a script, at the end of the day, it's just a guideline for me. So sometimes I improv a few lines in between here and there to make it sound a little bit more natural. And if I do that in someone else's script, I feel like I won't do it justice. But contrary to popular belief, I honestly love reading scripts as well. I just don't fill them. And again, I would think like who would be like the most fit for this, because I'm trying to imagine like my ASMR friends like, I think this guy can fill the script really well and stuff like that. Yeah, but the reason why that I don't do it personally is because I would like full control over my content creation, and it allows me for a little bit of freedom on what I can do with my scripts. Because I don't follow them to the T. I just it's like I kind of improv bits and pieces here and there, make it sound a little bit more natural. Or if I realize that the dialogue is kind of awkward, I make it so that it doesn't do that through improving. So yeah, that's all.
All right, let us move on to the next GoldenProxy question. This is for everyone. What is your favorite kind of fill on your script? Do you like it when the audio artist takes some liberties, voice/sound effects wise? This is also another question from a previous podcast, so I'm going to skip out on it, but I will let you all answer these questions funny enough, GoldenProxy, you're first.
Oh, look at me. So for me, my favorite kind of script fills are when you can tell that the VA understood the assignment, and they really put a lot of effort in, and maybe even like added some sound effects or even a couple of lines that maybe I didn't think to add, but actually kind of add a little bit. Maybe the script flows a bit better with the new dialogue, or it adds a little something to the character. Just the other day, someone did a script fill of mine, and he added like a little sound effect to the end that really kind of ended it with like a full stop. You know, they really kind of solidified the ending, and those are my kind of favorite fills when you can tell that the voice actors really got into it basically.
So I think this was supposed to be specifically for writers because it sounds kind of weird, but it's said for everyone. But yeah, this will just be for writers, so that's fine. Let me move down to Ice Boy.
Again, I will answer this a little bit differently. I feel like it sounds a bit narcissistic, but oftentimes since I do in fact improv a little bit of here and there between my scripts, I like to listen to the audio and recall my scripts, following them line by line, be like, what did I change? And I often in fact like find myself like surprised, like, oh, I did in fact change this in my script. It's different in the audio now and stuff like that. Like, oh, I decided to improv this a little bit more. It's kind of it takes time for me to like appreciate my own voice acting and improving skills. And it's really nice. It's a nice feeling. So I especially love my audios where I changed a lot from my script, but it's just as impactful, if not better. So yeah.
I don't remember if you answered this. Can't remember if this was the first podcast. I mean, it probably was.
I think it was.
Okay.
I think it was.
So I don't know if you want to answer again. Not.
Oh, sure. I don't mind answering again.
Good man.
It's like it's like a second take, right? Well, as far as my favorite kind of fill on a script, the unexpected ones. But really, what I mean by that is I think why I like scripts is that they offer a form of constrained creativity, kind of like Legos. You can kind of build anything, but you're sort of stuck with the pieces you have. And that is what I think is really cool about scripts. There is a lot of room for a VA to do more or less or to change things around while still remaining true, exactly true to whatever's in the script. But you can really, at least in my opinion, at least from my scripts, take some liberties with the characters, express them in a way that just is uniquely you. I honestly really, really like that. I kind of find it fun to just see what people can come up with. Very, very clever sometimes. And I've been quite surprised sometimes when folks just take the scripts in different directions in the recordings. And then it's, even as the writer, still a surprise to get to listen to exactly how it turned out. That's always fun for me.
And of course, if you want my answer to this question, you can go watch one of our previous podcasts because I go into a lot more detail there. Anyways, so our last question from GoldenProxy. So this is actually the one for everyone. So,
yeah.
What do you feel is your most underrated script/video? Let me see. Oh no, I'm first. So I'm actually gonna answer this in a couple different ways. Funny enough, I kind of want to talk about my most overrated scripts. Unfortunately, Vincent, everybody and their mother decided that they wanted to do secret encounters with a villain. I feel like it's overdone by a lot of VAs. I wish people would do my other series. I'm actually really happy because there are two VAs, actually 2 or 3 VAs, that I've actually been able to complete some of my other series. So I'm gonna go and say I want to talk specifically about series in this case. One that I really wish people would do more is The Cursed Royals Apprentice. I really love that series so much. Like, it was kind of my, I guess, time to shine with writing a bunch of lore that I had built up for years, and I think it's a lot of fun. Again, it's not a film script, but I wish people would do that series more. It's high fantasy for those who really enjoy that type of content. So please check that one out. I feel like it did well in terms of upvotes, but not a lot of people have actually voiced it. It's only been completed by one person as of right now, and I think it was very recently that it was completed as well. So yeah, definitely check that one out, the Cursed Royals Apprentice series. Our next person is Iceboy.
My most underrated one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the
Yes.
underrated one? I would say probably the ones where I talk in Tagalog or Filipino. I love the sounds of other languages, just how they talk and stuff. And sometimes it gives me like sleepy vibes and like ASMR when I listen to someone and I don't understand what they're saying, but they're just talking in their home tongue. And I did the same way. I spoke in Filipino in some of my audios, and there's a handful of audiences that actually enjoy. Even if they're not Filipino, they still enjoy it because it gives them ASMR. Just seeing or hearing someone talk in a different language that you don't understand. So I encourage my listeners to watch those videos too, because sometimes, you know, if you just feel like you like my voice and just like how it sounds, then you would really appreciate the non-English ASMRs that I have. And also, I don't know how to explain this, but I feel like the more you consume the media of like the language, the more you kind of low-key just learn it. Like you recognize the patterns. Same thing for anime. Like there's some phrases that everyone knows in Japanese now. Or like when you watch Korean drama, you eventually start to learn the phrases that they often use, and it's a nice way to learn a language. So I encourage my listeners to listen to my non-English ones as well. So yeah.
Our next person is Vincent.
I would say I'm kind of sad the Secret Encounter isn't underrated. But I feel it's also, in my channel, it's also one of the most popular ones too. So there's that. I feel like there's 3 audios that I feel it's underrated, and I wish people enjoy it more. One is kind of technically one of my first attempts of monster audio, which is by it's Esme Jones, In the Arms of Madness, which is a Lovecraftian. I think the character is a deep water monster servant of one of the Eldritch God, because that's where I kind of try out with a lot of sound effects and trying things like mimicking Mother Macabre or McCaldrane's influences. That's where I try it out. Second is part of the February theme that I did, which is a Heartbreaker, basically angsty. I should have said that on the last question, that I really love angsty scripts, which is by Lena. Be With Me Instead. Basically failed confession script that I really adore, and I really like the theme of it. Next is one of the queer audio, I think, which is the manliest fashion show. And I feel like this is also partly me elevating trans focus scripts / audio, because I feel it's quite rare to see even in the subreddit of I think I mostly see transphobia comfort, which is what the manliest fashion show is, and it's focused for trans mask. I feel that's pretty important to uplift. But yeah, those are probably my top 3 underrated, and wish people kind of appreciate it more because I did work.
And our next is Princess Raska.
I have 2. One is going to be one of the very first new scripts that I released on my new ASMR channel, because prior to that it was all of the Scriptober fills. But it's Reassuring the Chosen One. It was the first time I kind of tried to soundscape a little bit and do panning in some of the sound effects. It's not like anything major, but I think I did the acting really well in that one. And I'm pretty sure the only reason why it's sitting at the view count that it is because I had like a yandere audio after that directed some of the traffic to that previous video. It's a little bit sad that not more people have seen it, because I actually really like it. And then same with the second one, which is The World is Ending and I Want to Sleep Here. Sorry, the first script was by, let me double check. I think it was, let me just get the script writer name, BluechanXD. And then the second script is The World is Ending and I Want to Sleep Here. It's like a reverse comfort. I think I did the acting really well in that one as well as the soundscaping. And that script is by Soft Like Static. I love their scripts. It's so nice. Like the atmosphere that and ambiance that they kind of create in their scripts. Go check them out, please.
Stuff like Static is
And I'll
actually
second
pretty
that.
popular over there on Scripthaven. So
Very
definitely.
popular.
Our next person is GoldenProxy.
Okay. So I did include this question as a little bit of a way to plug your underrated stuff, actually. So for me, what I view as being my most underrated script, it is a series like Bluechan's. It was quite an early one, actually. It's my Loser Supervillain script series. It did do well upvote wise, but again, it's only had one fill. It was very good, but it's about a character called Shockwave, who's based on inspired by the Shocker from Spider-Man, and basically he breaks into the listener's house because he gets it mixed up with another one. That's his actual target, and basically in the series they decided they don't want to become a villain anymore. And I really like writing it. It's 3 parts. I when I was writing it, I did do something that I wouldn't do now, which is I wrote the character with a bit of an accent for fun. I did say in the notes that that the accent thing was optional, but I'm not sure that might have thrown people off. So, but that's my underrated series. That's one of my favorite ones, actually.
And last, we've got Not.
Oh goodness. Let's see. I'll say that this is a difficult question, I think, to answer without feeling like being a little egotistical on it. On the script side, I will say that probably Teasing from the Ceiling is one that I was actually fairly surprised did not get more traction. It's a very short one. It's a very simple slice of life, but with a Batfolk listener, which I don't think I see very often. I was actually just kind of surprised that one didn't didn't draw more interest. Some I understand, like going down with the ship because it's a tragedy, or to having to hold also because it's a tragedy. There's not a lot of interest in those, but I figured that teasing from the ceiling would have gotten more interest. And it's basically a date night, tsundere date night. On the video side, or on the VA side, I think probably the one that I am the most surprised by is a script called Castle Crystals. It's one of the early recordings I did, which is now titled Wizards Are the Worst Salesmen. And basically, it's a comedy scenario, so it's platonic, where you're being, well, a wizard is attempting to sell you on the idea of buying a magical castle, very unsuccessfully. That I always thought would do a little better. I feel very proud of how that one actually turned out, especially being so early on. But yeah, just not a lot of traction there. Same for a lot of the horror scenarios as well. I find that they tend to not do particularly well. So if you're ever on my channel, consider checking out some of the horror.
I think that was the last one for GoldenProxy.
Thank you for the answers, everyone.
Of course. Another person who's on the panel has provided us with several questions. It is from Not. So, for our writers, how do you choose which character to make the speaker and which to make the listener? The first is GoldenProxy.
So usually, I find it pretty easy to decide which is which. I just go about, I just think about which perspective is the most interesting and tells the story that I want to tell the best way, basically. So if I want to do a script about a vampire, I'll do it like from the POV of one of the victims or a servant. But if I want to do a script about a vampire thrall or something, I would make it take place from the point of view of the vampire. Basically, just the most interesting POV.
Next is Iceboy.
For me, it depends on the plot. I oftentimes would write the plot first before the actual character properties, I guess. Like whether it would be interesting if the speaker would be the vampire or the listener would be the vampire. It all depends on the plot I'm about to write, what actions take place. Yeah, that's really it.
Next is Not. If you want to answer your own question.
I will try. The reason that I asked the question is because I don't really have a good system. So honestly, coin flip is probably the best answer I could give. Oftentimes what I'll end up doing actually is planning out the scenario in both ways, as if I'm the speaker character or if I'm the listener character. And then I sort of think about it, I'm like, well, what... or I guess, sorry, that's the weird way to say it. I try to think about how it would sound to voice the different characters that appear within the script. And then based on that, whichever just seems like it'd be the easiest for a VA to voice, that's the one I end up writing the perspective from. But oftentimes I can't come up with a good solution for that, so I'll just flip a coin.
So I guess mine is gonna, or I guess my answer is gonna be very biased in a sense. It's if you couldn't tell from my villain characters, I like very assertive / dominant speakers. So generally speaking, when I write any script, I generally tend to make the speaker the one who is the more assertive or dominant character, just because that's my preference overall. Also, just the characters who have, I guess, a little bit more, I don't want to say just to say, But the ones who generally drive the conversation more, or would drive the conversation a lot better, are the ones that I generally tend to make my speakers, just because I feel like there's a lot more potential as opposed to someone who's being more of an active listener. So again, like that's where the listener comes in this case. But again, like I said, it mostly just comes down to my personal bias. So I like very dominant / assertive people, I guess. So I want to hear a character speaking to me as an assertive or dominant character. And again, that's just me. Alrighty. Let's move on to our next question from Not. For our VAs, are there certain kinds of characters you really like playing? If so, why? Our first is Vincent.
I think for disclosure, I think this is going to be my last question before I dipped out. Getting very, very late here.
Yes, no problem.
Right. Certain kinds of characters I really like playing. People seem to find my voice to be a bit flirty sometimes. So, and I do like being a bit playful. Not much assertive, but just, general playful, flirty. So I do love those, but I also like characters that is also comforting. I think that's why I filled the the Secret Encounter, because I read the whole series and found that it's pretty comfy. Yeah, I think that's a good generalization. Just any characters that is comfy. Same with the yandere. I rarely do yandere, but the ones that I do seems to be comforting at the end, or straight up horror movie type thing. I think Emerald Ashes, Yandere Dollmaker is a good example of the type of thing that I actually like to as a character. Just like out of the balls to the wall. Like, if you do something wrong, they'll like do something crazier. Yeah, those are the type of characters I really enjoy. And with that, I think I'll bid everyone good time zone and hope y'all have a lovely day, evening, morning.
Yes, well, it was very great to have you, Vincent, for as long as you're able to. Again, unfortunately, just because of how time zones are, it's very late for you right now.
Meeting you.
But yes, thank you so much for being here for as long as you were able to.
Thank you for having me too, and hopefully I could maybe poke in DMs and go like, "Hey, can I get in more?"
We'll see. Always gotta slide into the DMs. Well, we'll see you.
All right, goodbye. Thank you for
Bye.
having me.
Bye.
Good time zone.
Good times.
Bye bye.
Yes. Our next person is Princess Ruska.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but I do prefer the, soft, comforting characters, just because I think I'm easily able to act those out. It's most like me. But also on the reverse side, ASMR RP is about, acting and, trying to find my range, I guess. And so on the opposite end of the spectrum, I also really like to do yandere scripts, and I like to see how far I can take it and how scary I can be, just because it's not how I usually am. I get to, be a different person for 20, 30 minutes, however long I end up recording that script for. So it's usually the comfort characters or the reverse comfort, because I cry a lot and I'm able to easily cry when I read stuff. So I like to put that into the scripts as well when I'm doing the recordings. But yeah, and then on the opposite end, yandere.
Our next person is... Actually, well, technically... Oh, not Ryan. Yeah. Or did I think there were less people? I suppose next.
Hmm. Like certain kinds of characters, right? Like I really
Yes.
like playing. I like I like playing characters that um I guess like when I argue or like there's like a bit of miscommunication between me and the listener. Anything along those lines, like arguing stuff. Because apparently I sound really passionate whenever I argue, which is might be a good or bad thing. But for my listeners, they really seem to like the thrill. Um, so I just keep providing that for them, and it's honestly enjoyable for me as well because this is the only um, sense where I act more than I provide ASMR. So it's a nice taste of getting into voice acting. Um, so yeah, those are really fun recently for me to do. Yeah.
And lastly, we've got Not.
Well, let's see. I would say, as you may suspect, I enjoyed playing high intensity, high energy characters quite often. uh, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that I feel like I can just get more into the role. It sort of pushes me to really, really embrace the character because I have to have that level of energy. I have to be able to actually project with some degree of force. And then the other kind of character that I think I would say I really like playing is conflicted characters, where they sort of are stuck between two different drives that are pushing them simultaneously. And this shows up in their behavior or in their lines as they sort of struggle within themselves. It provides, I think, a more interesting sound to the way they speak. And often I think it's also fun to watch that sort of internal struggle play out. Um, so not always the most comforting thing, I think, but hopefully entertaining for listeners.
Alrighty. Next question, I think, is for everyone. I'm not sure if GoldenProxy is back because he's going to step away for a second, but either way, he's
Oh, I
going to
am.
be... Okay, you're back, cool. But I do
You're
have
right.
you as the last person, though, just in
Oh,
case.
worked out fine anyway.
Yeah. Anyways, so also from Not, for everyone, what kinds of listener comments make you the happiest? I am first with this. My favorite type... I'm going to also kind of, I guess, look at this from both perspectives of ones that I like and ones that I don't like. First, in terms of what I do like, is when listeners are able to pick up on, I guess, very specific little details, or at least without actually having to look up at the tags. One of the things, a very good example of this is actually from the script of It Makes You Feel Wanted. It's really funny whenever I hear people in the comments. I always, it sounds really weird to say this, but I like it when they point out, like, wow, that sounds really manipulative. I'm like, yes, like, I did that intentionally, like, it was supposed to sound really manipulative. And I guess conversely, like, when it comes to, the types of comments that I don't like, and again, I understand that some people like specific things. Again, same script, the ones who say, oh my gosh, this is like the nicest person ever. And I'm like, I wish you could see just how awful this person is. Like, all this specific speaker. Like, I'm trying to make this character seem, again, like, extremely manipulative. And I want it to be, like, to where, like, it's at least noticeable by people. Because if I feel like I made the character seem too nice, like, I feel like I've failed in conveying, what I was trying to convey for a specific character. I mean, that script in particular, there's a reason why I didn't tag it as romance, because I don't think it's actually a romantic script, even though there's, like, quote-unquote romantic things happening in it. Like, I think it's, again, not a very good relationship between the speaker and the listener in that story. So, again, I always appreciate when the listeners actually catch on to that. even if they're not actually reading the tags. Because I remember one person in one fill said, like, I was listening to this without actually looking at the title or the tags, with my eyes closed, and they're like, and this last line over here, like, that sounds super manipulative, and then I checked the tags and it was there. So I'm like, hey, you know, I did something right, you know. Yeah, that's my take on that. The next person is not.
Okay. Always weird to be answering your own questions, isn't it? I think the listener comments that always make me the happiest are when they have something specific that they point out that they either liked or didn't like from performance. And I say liked or didn't like very specifically because honestly, that kind of feedback that you can give a VA, letting them know just what's working or what's not working, it's really hard to get. It's very difficult to get good, honest critiques of your work, um, even within the creative spaces. You know, and I think it is also especially difficult sometimes um, to be able to find those outside opinions. Right, you always sort of end up talking to the same folks. If you talk to a lot of other VAs, they all are familiar with the same sort of challenges. They sort of have seen the same sort of tropes, same sort of scripts quite often. So uh, listeners, though, come in and bring a lot of fresh perspective. So when I see a listener comment that says, I didn't understand that part, or what did that mean? Or they say something like, oh, I really love this part here. I've never heard anything like it. That always sort of helps ground me and help me understand just how people are really taking it all in. Um, I guess also to sort of follow Blue Chan's example there, as far as comments that sometimes make me a bit sad, or um, ones where I think folks uh, maybe sometimes get a little too into the scenario, and they find it very upsetting. Or sometimes I think it's now a channel rule for my chat of please don't wish harm on the characters. They're entirely fictional characters, I promise. Um, so you don't need to go hunting them down, as it were. I always just sort of worry sometimes about the emotional states of listeners and just want to make sure they're having a good time because that's the entire point of creating all of this content.
I also kind of think that sort of ties into the parasocial discussion where when people start seeing the VAs as the characters themselves, like, please don't do that. These are actors. They're not the characters that they're portraying. Just want to point that out. So our next person is Princess Ruska.
I want to say I try so hard, by the way, when I respond to comments to distance myself when I respond to the comments in the audios because of that. And I'm like, I'm just an entertainer. I'm reading a script. This is not who I actually am. But some of my favorite listener comments have been, and maybe this is a bit egotistical, but the ones that say like, oh, you know, this audio was so good. I can't believe you only have, you know, X amount of subscribers, because it means that I worked really hard and I kind of understood the assignment in terms of what is out there for ASMR RP, and you know that my audios align with other creators in terms of what listeners are expecting and the experience that I'm creating. So those are nice to see, because for me it's like, whatever, I know I just started, I'm still so new. The subscribers will come with time, but to see and to hear that people enjoy the audios and that it is, you know, a good experience for them, make me really, really happy.
Next we have Ice Boy.
I have seen many different comments of all kinds, but the one that makes me genuinely the happiest is when they, I guess, mention a specific thing that I did in the audio, where it's like when they mention like a part, like a timestamp or something like that, or they go. Sometimes I would appreciate comments like, they would put in the timestamp and be like, oh my gosh, this kiss sounds so nice, or this kiss sounds so affectionate. And I'm like, oh, like I really do appreciate those moments. Or when I say something, like they would put down a timestamp and be like, the way you said this is very impactful. Like it actually kind of jump scared me, or whatever the heck. Like things like that. I really do appreciate. It's like the little things that they mentioned that make my, you know, that make my heart, you know, feel
Get all
warm. Feel
fluttery, I
warm.
guess.
Yeah, like I really do appreciate those kinds of comments. It knows that like it's the subtleties in the audio that they like, they enjoy, which I appreciate.
It's always the little things. And lastly, we've got GoldenProxy.
That's me. So, like I said before, I do read the comments, and it's always nice seeing people that enjoyed the video, or people saying that they maybe want a part 2 to this series. That's always nice. I usually don't let those. Like, if I think a video should only be, if I think a script should only be one script and not a series, I usually don't let them persuade me. But it's nice seeing that people might want more from a story. My favorite comments, though, tend to be the ones from on Reddit that aren't from voice actors. They're just from some of the people that just read the scripts on there, and they said that they really liked it because it's nice seeing people that are reading it, are reading the scripts just because they like them, and not to fill them as well. Like they're reading them simply because they enjoy them, basically. Recently, I finished doing a series, and nobody's filled it yet. There are some people interested in doing it, but nobody's filled it yet. And on the last part, someone said, "Oh, I've really enjoyed this whole thing. I loved every part of it." It's like that made it worth doing the series, even though nobody's filled it yet, in my mind. So those are my favorite kind of comments.
It's always nice to actually see those on the ones that don't do as well. Also, I mean, I've had a couple of scripts, especially the ones that, you know, like super niche, like people don't really care too much. But then you have that one person at the end, they're like, "Oh my gosh, I really like this." You know, like it's nice to actually hear at least someone say that they enjoyed it. You know, if nobody fills it, that's fine, as long as somebody is reading it and actually.
It's why you should always finish any series you're doing.
Yes, that is our last not question. We're gonna go through quite a few, I guess, single questions before we get back into several questions from the same person. So our next one is from Duo Kaiser, and this is for everyone. Does the community have a resource page for writers and VAs who take commissioned work? Not as first.
I feel like this is a very simple one. Yes. No, I'd say that it's actually very hard to find an up-to-date listing, is maybe the thing I would tell you. VAs and writers sort of cycle in and out of availability based upon demand, whether or not they have other things going on. Again, a lot of us are amateurs, and by that I mean pretty much everybody in this space is amateur. So, it's not always easy to figure out who's around. But to plug the Discord, if you take a look at ASMR Script Guild and you check out the Introductions channel, you can see a listing of many different VAs and writers and whether or not they take commissions, as well as if they have, Patreons and Ko-Fis or coffees, various things like that. Coffee, yes.
Mistake. Wait.
We actually tried to figure this out last time.
I say Ko-Fi.
It's actually supposed to be
it's
supposed to be Ko-Fi, I think, but I call it coffee because of the little coffee mug.
That's what I thought.
Well, I know it's based off of like a coffee mug.
I thought it was coffee, but apparently it's Ko-Fi or something.
I've been telling them I have a coffee, so I was very confused.
I thought it was like, for people to throw like $5 or something. So buy me a cup of coffee.
That's what I thought. That I'm still gonna call it coffee, honestly.
Yeah. It's kind of easy.
Ko-Fi.
Oh my gosh, where were we? We're not just...
So resource pages. Yes. One of your better bets, honestly, if you're looking to commission folks, is to go into one of the community spaces where there are commission request channels. So again, obviously, the ASMR Script Guild has one, but I do know that there are other Discord servers as well as I want to say other subreddits as well. Sometimes that have spaces where you can request to commission folks. The only one I'm really familiar with, again, is the ASMR Script Guild Discord's commissions and request channel. But there are a lot of folks. So that would be my answer. Yes, there is a resource page. The main one that I'm aware of is in the ASMR Script Guild under Introductions. And even then, if you really want to get something filled quickly or you want something written quickly, it might be best to cast a wide net and instead of searching through a directory.
Also, I'm getting an error here that's saying YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Is it okay on you guys' end?
Yeah, it's fine for me.
Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. We'll figure it out. Hopefully. Okay, let's go with GoldenProxy next.
Okay. So I didn't actually know if we had a resource page, but apparently we do. So thanks for that note. You've answered the question for me. I do actually take commissioned work. I might as well plug it while I'm here. I do have a Ko-fi, whichever one it is. And yeah, you can commission scripts for me on there if you want. I also have like little rewards for like different subscriber tiers. Like you can vote for 2 scripts I write each month. You get scripts a week early, and I'm trying to remember what the last one was. I can't remember at the moment, but yeah, I have a coffee or Ko-fi. There we go.
I'm just gonna say coffee because of the coffee.
I think coffee is just easier, to be honest.
It makes the most sense to me, honestly.
It does.
Alright, next we have Ice Boy.
Yeah, you guys probably have already answered the question for me, but I think no one has mentioned the ASMR Script Haven yet. Probably someone has, but yeah, that's like another resource page. Also, Pillow Talk Audio, that subreddit too. You might see some people who take commission work and stuff like that. Not gonna lie, I think being in a like following a lot of scriptwriters on Twitter, you might see them open commissions and stuff like that, or VAs if you want to do like voice act. If you want to look for voice acting commissions. Honestly, Twitter is also pretty good if you just follow certain mutuals, stuff like that. That's it.
Yes, I'm next with this. Again, basically what Not was saying, we have resources over in the Discord. Another, I guess, sort of plug. We don't really post a lot of things here, but ASMR directory. We've posted several resources over there. It's not super active because we have our resources section over here on the ASMR Script Guild Discord. I think that's kind of effectively sort of replaced it to an extent. But yeah, another nice thing that you can do is, even if it's not on the resources channel, you can check our help desk and ask anyone for help. Anyone who's familiar with commission work will probably be able to reach out to you and tell you, you know, this is what I do. These are my prices. Blah blah blah. Like, I know there's a lot of people that were doing that. We also had a question like this in the last podcast, so you might be able to get more information from there as well about pricing specifically. I know Esme had a really good answer for that. Last we have Princess Raska.
So I actually have, so this question about the commissioned work was actually asked by one of my Twitch viewers. So I think the main thing is, as someone, I believe he's a listener and he consumes ASMR RP just casually on YouTube. So I'm not sure that he's a part of any Discord groups, which I will be inviting him to this one, but I don't think that there's an easy to read like public facing document that has an like Excel sheet of, you know, writers or VAs who are taking commission. And I didn't know, which is why I kind of presented this question to you, Blue. If we had something that was a little bit easier than the introductions channel, because, you know, each introduction post is like 6 inches long.
Yeah, like
and like
unfortunately,
finding, you know,
yeah.
just a VA or just a writer is kind of difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't really have, I guess, a specific thing, just because a lot of people do things differently from one another, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the best we can really do is we have our resources channel that people can post to. And again, I think there's a lot of people who would be willing to answer questions if you ask over on Help Desk. People are pretty active on that channel.
I will say it would be very cool if somebody created one of these
It would be
directories
I know,
awesome.
and
right?
actually was able to keep it up to date. That would be amazing.
There's been
Like
talks
probably
about,
with like tags and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
There's been talks about that kind of stuff. I mean, also us transferring scripts and stuff to somewhere other than Reddit just because of how inconvenient it is and several other issues that I'm not even going to go into. It would be nice, but I feel like it's just a massive undertaking to try to move a lot of people over there and then have all these resources there. But who knows, maybe one day. But we've got what we got for now. So, next question. It's for our VAs from Tingry of the Crimson Sky. What do you look for as a requirement for the scripts you choose to VA? We kind of had a similar question to this, but for those who would like to answer, Princess Raska is first.
I don't think it's so much as a requirement as like, and I've told some writers this who have reached out to me to, you know, possibly voice their scripts. My level of comfort for voicing a script changes from day to day, which is also why I keep a running list of scripts that I may be comfortable voicing in the future. I don't do a lot of romantic scripts. And I think Laika actually mentioned this on the last podcast. I'm not super romantic as a person, I think. So it's like this weird dichotomy of like being comforting but not providing a romantic atmosphere. I'll do some. I think the New Year's scripts, I just couldn't avoid it. All of them had like some kind of kissing involved, right? I am trying to get over that block of not being able to do that, but it's not something that I feel that I'm really good at, acting romantically or, you know, saying things in a romantic way, I guess. So I try to look for more platonic scripts than anything, or where, you know, being romantic is not like the Yandere scripts, like being romantic isn't really a good thing, right? Like it's a fantasy. And I think it's because I come from streaming first, and I try to be really careful about the parasocial aspect of presenting myself as someone that the viewers might want to, you know, like get closer to. Like I don't want that kind of connection to the viewers and listeners.
Next is not.
Well, I'll say first off, the easy thing is it has to be one I'm able to voice. So ones that are A for something or M for something or within my wheelhouse. The F for something, unless the author specifically says that I'm permitted to gender flip it, I'll usually not do. So there's that. Also, similarly to Princess Roska, I would say that I tend to worry about scripts that I think would sort of break the fourth wall too much and encourage those types of parasocial relationships to a greater extent. Now, I do romance scripts and often, you know, relationship audios, so I don't want to say, you know, filtering them all out or anything like that. Certainly not. But I do try to ensure there are some limits I put around what I will record. And then some just they're a little too, call it cruel for my tastes. So I will occasionally skip those. Let me see. What else is the requirement? Oh, and usually it has to be something that I feel actually that I can record and do a good job on. That's probably the strictest requirement and one of the most difficult to fulfill.
I feel like the parasocial thing just permeates everything in this community. I guess, again, just a reminder, guys, please don't do that to any of your VAs or your writers. Makes things very complicated. Alright, so last we have Iceboy.
Oh, my requirement is very easy. If it's written by me.
Makes sense.
Very straightforward, honestly. I mean,
I like
I wish I
it.
can elaborate. But yeah.
Actually, I have a question along those lines. Do you ever write something that you then decide not to record?
Yeah, those are the times where I would give away my scripts to my boyfriend ASMR mutuals, like my friends. Just be like, I feel like you're more fit for this, so I'll give it to you. So yeah. Most often they will say yes. Because it's less work for them.
Always a benefit.
Yeah, right?
Alright. I think our next one is going to be for writers. Also, I have to step away for like a few seconds, so I'm going to leave this one to you guys, and I'll give you the order. It shouldn't take more than like 2 minutes. But anyways, for writers, how does one deal with writer's block? The first is going to be GoldenProxy, then Iceboy, then Not. So I'll be back in a moment.
So this one is actually from Stormcoming, who I'm friends with. So hi Storm. Firstly, shout out to Monsters Ball server. I promise I'd do that. It's done. So for dealing with writer's block, I often find that there's no real specific way to deal with it. But usually, if I'm kind of struggling with trying to find motivation, not just for script writing, but just like writing in general, I find that just like maybe just going out for a walk really helps me, just getting some fresh air and just maybe like focusing on something else just helps kind of declog my brain and lets me kind of like refocus on it.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next on the thing?
Oh, I think it's me.
Okay.
I believe it is.
Okay.
I wish I could take this
answer.
I wish I can take this question seriously. Well, I guess I am, but I wish there was another way that I can answer this. But honestly, the way that I deal with writer's block is I have this thing where the more I complain about the script to my friends, the more I will actually be motivated to continue writing it. Like, the more I would be like, I'm stuck in this, blah, 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 blah. I hate this script, blah, 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 blah. The more I'm actually willing to write it. So I keep kind of complaining until I write. So I keep eventually, like, the more I complain, the more I keep writing. So I just kind of just complain to my other ASMR mutuals, be like, I don't know what to do here. Please help me, blah, blah, blah. I just kind of whine and be like, okay, I'm finished. Yeah, that's really
a fantastic method.
It really is. Like
I'm just getting a kick out of that.
Yeah. Wish I could answer it differently, but that genuinely helps me because, like, if you think about it, the more you complain about it, the more like you get annoyed, and then you start to actually think of like, okay, maybe it won't be as hard if I change this up or whatever the fuck. So, oops, I just cursed, or whatever the heck. And so you eventually actually start changing your script so that's easier for you to write. That's my thought process, I guess. So yeah, that's how I do it.
Also, I'm back, but at the very tail end. So yeah, we'll give it to you, Not.
I will say that I have a number of canned things I say as far as how to get past writer's block. But I think going off of the point that Iceboy made about just community, maybe not so much just complaining to them, but I do find that simply being around other creative folks hearing them talk about their ideas. It just makes it a lot easier to write, honestly, and a lot easier just to have creative ideas in general about even as a VA, just coming up with sound effects or things I want to try. It helps. Uh, However, my standard answer that I usually give to this about how to deal with writer's block is, of course, just write. But what I would say is just write anything. I think one of the things that we tend to get stuck on is the idea that we have to be writing the story we're currently working on. And I think that's where a lot of folks fall down. If we just get comfortable with the idea that any kind of writing is good writing for helping to unstick that block, um, we suddenly are much more effective, or at least I am. I feel oftentimes that I'll just start writing about some nonsense that's completely unrelated to anything I'm trying to write, and it just helps me uh, suddenly get past it because I just have all these other ideas now sort of flowing through my head. And especially, I think, with the way that I write in particular, because I generally do one shots, and by that I mean I've only done one shots, and I'm used to writing short stories, is I'll just keep writing, and then ultimately the editing processes will create a story out of this constant stream of consciousness. I just try to find a good place to start and stop it and cut around.
So I'm going to be answering this question too. So actually, there's several things that I kind of want to bring up here. My usual go-to thing, again, it's kind of difficult in terms of saying, what's writer's block for me, because whenever I actually have an idea for a script, like once I have that idea, I can figure out as I go how it's going to work out. Usually if I'm having a little bit of trouble, I'll just kind of step back a bit. Usually by the next day, I'll have something in my head that I want to add to that script. But as for, like adding new ideas, I'm going to have my little doc that I mentioned, where I add new script ideas to it. Recently, I've actually been very creatively bankrupt in that regard. Not so much because I don't have ideas, but a little, I'm going to let you all in on a bit of a secret right now. I actually am working on a very major project at the moment that is involving writing, but not for scripts or the ASMR community. And so eventually I'll bring it up because I actually do need VAs for it at some point. But yes, it is a very massive project for something that I have never done before. And the cool thing about it is that because it's such a big project, I have other people to work off of there. I actually have a very good friend who is helping me in both editing as well as coming up with ideas for this particular project. And he's been great about it. He's a big lore guy, so he kind of helps me, I guess, with coming up with lore and characters, whereas I'm the one who's actually doing a lot of the dialogue writing. But again, big project that I'm not really ready to share at the moment. It might actually be a year before this happens. But I'll let you all know how things go once we get there. But yeah, it's my little secret that's going on right now. So next question is from a previous panelist, actually, from Miss Flusterbunny for our VAs. How much do you let analytics/trends influence what you post versus personal taste? Not your first.
Well, I think the simple answer is more than I should. Honestly, I think I very much want to always post things that are for personal taste, and I do quite often, as regular viewers of the channel might notice. But the analytics and trends do definitely influence what it is they end up looking for or searching for or just being inspired to do. Oftentimes when I see that some particular video is done particularly well or particularly poorly, it does leave a lasting mark in my brain that says, do more of that, or don't do that again. So it's hard to overcome that little block, I think. And YouTube certainly doesn't help because it shoves all these reports in your face and pops up notifications about this thing's good or this thing's bad. And trends, at least less so, I suppose, mainly because I don't seem to always know what the trend is. I'm very, very disconnected from a lot of that, other than knowing things like, well, yandere is always popular, and it seems like there's more of this kind of monster right now for whatever reason. And I think also some of this is because I tend to operate in a very, very specific kind of niche that maybe is a little more insulated from the wider ASMR audio roleplay community.
Okay, let us move on to, let's see, Princess Rosca.
For me, not really, not at all. I'm still so new that I'm kind of exploring really what my niche is and what I fulfill. I don't really make any money off of this, and I know that in the future when I do make money, it won't be even that much. So for me, I just want to do things that I really enjoy, I really like. As far as trends, the only thing that I've been doing recently is releasing seasonal scripts. So making sure that I have, a Halloween script right before Halloween or Christmas or New Year's, or like preparing a Valentine's Day script because Valentine's Day is coming up. All the romantic holidays. But I think that's as far as like planning goes. I just want to use my channel as a way to explore this new hobby that I've kind of fallen into. So I just want to do stuff that I like. I don't want to be pushed into pigeonholing myself into one type of niche or type of character when I do these videos.
And last we have Ice Boy.
I would say 50-50. It fluctuates sometimes. At one point, I would do more audios for personal taste. Other times, I would completely disregard my own preferences and follow the trends. But recently, it's just been 50-50. I just kind of tend to switch. If I do a video due to just my personal taste, then the next video would probably be one for the trends, and vice versa.
Okay, let us move on to back to multiple questions from the same person. This is from Yorbun for our writers. Do you read your own scripts aloud while you work to see how they translate to being performed? Have you ever been surprised how a VA's interpretation varied from how you imagined/spoke it? GoldenProxy, you're first.
Okay. So like I said before, I do find that reading aloud does really help with the editing process. Not just with scripts, but with other stuff. However, I've done so many scripts at this point that I can kind of just read them and without saying them out loud and know how they'll sound. So I don't really need to read them out loud at this point, but I'd still recommend people do that. As for being surprised by how someone's interpreted it, not too often really. The couple of times I have been kind of I didn't think they'd voiced them like that. I've been able to understand why they chose to do it like that. It just wasn't how I imagined it when I was writing it, but it wasn't a problem or anything. So yeah.
I am next with this, and I'm not going to answer the second part because I already talked about this in the previous podcast. It was a little bit of a later question that we got. We're also talking back to the Secret Encounters series. It's always that series every time. But yeah, there was... I told a story about that regarding the second half of this question. As for the first part, I don't really read things aloud. Again, it's all just in my head, mostly because I'm not a voice actor. So I feel like I'm not going to be able to, like, no matter what I do, I'm not going to be able to pull off what I have envisioned in my head. So it's just kind of going back, reading it over several times. And eventually, I'll hear it from the VAs themselves, and like, hey, this worked out the way I wanted it, and sometimes it doesn't. I've been trying to get better at explaining, I guess, what I want. It's very hard to, I guess, convey specific tones that I want. Like, it's very difficult to word specific things, but I try. But otherwise, yeah, I don't actually read my own scripts out loud. This is going to be interesting to hear from our two, both writers and VAs. So we'll see what you guys have to say. Ice Boy, you're next.
Yeah. Since I am both a scriptwriter and a voice actor, ASM artist, I will not answer the second question, because it's kind of obvious what the answer is. I can't ever be surprised. But for the first question, it's also as you expected. I do it all the time. Every single time I finish a script, I would, even some parts when I need clarification, every time I write a line or write a paragraph, I go back and read it and voice act, see if I like it, if it sounds natural. If it sounds awkward, then I will change it and stuff like that. I do it every single time. And yeah, it's funny to hear other people's responses when they do not voice act, because they just it's nice, it's interesting to listen to other people's responses, like Blue and Golden's, because it's like you don't need to, right? But since you're also a performer, I have to do it all the time, and I do it subconsciously too. Like, even if I don't even realize that I'm like, whenever it's interesting for me because as I type out my line, I often voice act at the same time. It's quite weird. It's like I'm thinking of a vision and I'm writing the dialogue, but as I'm writing the dialogue, I can picture it and perform it at the same time. So I'm able to do that. And it's a weird phenomenon.
It sounds like written
Yeah.
improv, which sounds really strange.
Right?
But yeah.
Like it's just a weird feeling. I do it subconsciously, and oh well, whatever. It works out for me. It's how I manage to make my audios sound more natural and have more quality to them.
Like the very in the moment type of writing, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. We have Not as our last person.
I'm actually really fascinated by Ice Boy's answer because mine is the exact opposite on both points. So I actually never read my own scripts aloud while I'm working on them. I certainly read some of them after, although I don't actually read all my scripts. But I often end up reading them only when it's time to record. So I started out, before getting into this hobby, just doing some short story writing and so on. So I'm very used to the idea of just writing silently. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, I should actually read what I'm writing out loud as I'm going. That'd probably help. Because it leads to the second question. Have I ever been surprised by a VA's interpretation? Yes, all the time. I surprise myself. I don't always know how it's going to turn out when I'm reading it. Which is perhaps something that's a bit unusual. I actually don't always know how I will voice my own scripts. Oftentimes, it'll just be whatever happens while I'm reading it. And that's the voice that I end up using. That's the characterization I end up using. That's the tone. Sometimes I'll just drop in extra SFX or slightly tweaked lines simply because it just feels right in that moment. And honestly, I think I mentioned this before, but I really enjoy hearing how other VAs take my scripts and put their own spins on it. So for me, it's always a surprise.
let us move on to the next Yorban question. This one is for our VAs. If you could collab with anyone in the world, living or dead, who would it be and what kind of script would you do? Iceboy is first.
Wait, this is a big question, but I why am I the time that I'm first? Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't actually know. There's so many people that I would love to collab with. I ever since I became a boyfriend ASMR artist, I've been looking into voice acting, especially in video games, especially in Genshin Impact, and I would love to actually collab with one of the voice actors there, especially the voice actor for Ito, Max Middleman, I think is his name.
Yes, it's Max. He's great.
I love his portrayal of Ito and Ryuji from Persona. Oh my gosh, he is so lively. He is so charismatic. I love his energy, and it's just one of the few voice actors that I really do enjoy. I enjoy his work. I enjoy his characters that he plays. So yeah.
Honestly, I don't think there could have been anyone who could have portrayed Ito as well as he did, to be honest.
I know.
Like, he was like
and also
the perfect choice for that character.
Yeah. In terms of script, it genuinely would just be a Genshin Impact roleplay audio. I literally can't think of anything else. Like, I need to write a script of Ito with him.
Oh
like,
my gosh.
please. I would want to. Oh my gosh, that would be so exciting.
I should get to do the Kazuha voice.
Yes! Ito and Kazuha interactions. I would love that.
Please send it to me if you actually do that. I need to hear this. Okay. Next is not.
This is actually a very difficult question to answer because I don't really know. Honestly, everyone I've collaborated with on a script to date, I've really enjoyed working with. I actually think what I would enjoy the most is just sort of being surprised by getting to collab with someone who does different kinds of content than I do. I actually quite like the idea that sometimes it's just like the strange blend of different voices or different characters or different content that come together in unexpected ways and create something wholly new. Likewise for a script too, I don't really have a kind of collab script that I would really, really want to do in mind. I think everyone I've done has been just a bit different, and the way that it's been different has been what's made it so good. So I suppose that's a bit of a non-answer, unfortunately, but that is very much how I feel about it.
I mean, that's a perfectly legitimate answer, honestly. Lastly, we have Princess Raska.
I was about to use my excuse of I'm still so new, but I guess whether you're new or old in this space, this is a hard question. Anybody. I haven't done any collabs. The most I've done was one line that I had one of my friends do for the Scriptober script that I did for Froggy Princess. And I don't know, just working with another content creator or another creative is a really fun experience. You know, you kind of feed off each other and you learn things about kind of that niche as you work on things together. So ideally someone with more experience than me, but also, you know, I wanted to be a teacher at some point and I love helping people who are also kind of newer to the scene. Anyone need a female voice artist?
Hey, maybe for that big project. Maybe for that big project that I have. Hint, hint. I might start asking people.
They're open.
Yeah, that's not going to be for a while, but I am absolutely going to need several VAs for this project. It's not a lot that I require. It's like a couple lines per person. So keep an eye out for that. Several months from now.
Actually, I do want to also let our listeners know something. If you ever want to see a couple of VAs or more that you like listening to collaborate with one another, you should suggest it. One of the recent collabs I did is purely because a listener of both channels suggested it. So it is always in the realm of possibility if you simply speak up.
Yes, actually, that is true. I'm not. What's it called? My listeners listen to other boyfriend ASMR artists, and they would mention this channel's name, as it turns out, I'm already talking to them. I already know them, and what would often happen is I would just chat with them and be like, "Hey, you want to collab on this script? I haven't collabed with you for a minute or for a while or at all," and they would usually say yes, like most often say yes. And as always, whenever we do upload, the listeners would go ham. They would enjoy the hell out of that. Yeah, just ask, and most often than not, us content creators already kind of know each other, so it wouldn't hurt to ask.
I guess
Very
certain
easy.
ones. Just because, I mean, I brought this up before in the past that this Discord has helped us a lot to kind of get to know each other, because way back in the day, like a lot of us didn't really have a means of communicating with each other. But now we do, so so it's a little bit easier. Might be more difficult if certain people are not in our Discord. I know that some VAs are over, the ones that are over in the RPG, or not RPG, the ASMR, the lounge.
RP Lounge?
Yes, that one, the RP Lounge. The one that I'm not a part of. But I always hear there's a lot of people over there who've done my work actually in that server that are not in our server. So it might be a little bit difficult, I guess, for the ones who are only in our server that aren't in that server as well to get in touch with them. But, you never know. I don't know if people want to ask others to join our server. But we'll see, I guess. So, the last question from Yoruban, I believe is for writers, yes. What do you think is the greatest strength of your scripts that sets them apart? And she put this in parentheses, please brag a little. So, Not, you are first.
Oh goodness, I don't know what I would say. I feel like everyone else writes so very well. I hope that I always at least have an interesting theme to the work that I write. I very much try to come up with original scenarios, or if the scenario itself isn't fully original, at least to put a very different spin on some aspect of it. I think that's why a lot of the scripts of mine that you'll see, they are kind of strange and sometimes difficult to categorize as a result, which sometimes works very well and sometimes probably not so well. But that is, I think, one of the things I would say sets my scripts apart, if I'm bragging a little.
Oh boy. I'm next for this. Let's brag in a very particular way. So I'm gonna tie this into, I guess, my villain scripts. So I like to maybe believe that I helped to push villain scripts over on Scripthaven, because way back in the day when I first started, there were not a lot of them. I remember looking over there on r/ASMR Scripthaven. I didn't find a lot. Once I started posting, I started noticing a lot more. So I don't know if that was because of me or not. I would hope so. Again, it makes me feel good if that's the case. But as for not even just
set
that,
the trend.
I would like to I would like to consider myself as a trendsetter. Hopefully I was. But particularly about that, though, I guess also in terms of what differentiates my villain scripts from others, something that I notice, and I still do this as well, where I write a lot. I've written several of like the villain kidnaps you script or whatever. I feel like a lot of people fall into that a lot, like where they assume like villain script, and most of the time when I see them, they are generally within like that sort of realm of what the plot is about. Like they all just kind of fall into that one category of kidnapped by a villain or something along the lines, or like the villain starts being nice to you kind of vibes or whatever. I think that I've been able to actually kind of push past that a lot more and give, I guess, more opportunities for different storylines involving villains. Just because I feel like there's so much more that you can do with them than just your kidnapping strips or the, hey, this person just decided to be nice to me after like a while. Villains are such a versatile type of character because they don't have to be the same person. They don't all have to be like some evil mastermind or whatever. They don't have to be manipulative. They can be funny, like they can be yandere, they can be bratty. You can do a lot of different things with these characters, and I feel like, at least from what I've seen, I feel like what I bring to the table is that I can come up with narratives that are, I guess, branching out of that little box that a lot of people seem to fall into regarding those types of scripts. Anyway, our next person is Ice Boy.
I think my greatest strength when it comes to script writing for me, and it sets myself kind of apart, is I have a very meticulous dialogue whenever I write, but that comes with making my dialogue sound natural and very realistic. And I know this because my listeners would often point out how realistic the pacing of my dialogue is. I would often on my scripts include like stage directions in terms of my tone and my timbre, as well as like when I want to pause for effect, for like dramatic effect, whenever I gasp or something like that, or a sigh. My listeners really love that aspect about my audios. It sounds just very, very natural. It's not like a script at all. And also, since I incorporate or weave in a bit of improv in between the lines too, it just makes it even more realistic and natural. So yeah, I think that's what sets me apart.
And last we have GoldenProxy.
Okay, I'll try not to brag too much, but well, I like to think my script's greatest strengths tend to be kind of how narratively driven they are. I try to always make sure it's kind of like a story that's kind of driving the characters along. Even during some of my more comforty audios, there's usually kind of a beginning, middle, and end to them. The main example I'm thinking of is like wife shares dreams of you or something. So there's like the speaker in it is able to share their dreams with the character. So that was kind of like the narrative of them like exploring the dream they're in. I mean, I always try to make sure that there's like something interesting going on that'll keep the listeners interested, basically.
Okay, so let us move on to the next person. Second to last person, but we still have several questions to go through, which is from Skittles. Oh my gosh, no, it's getting cut off. Give me 1 second to move this a little bit. Or can I not? Oh my gosh. There we go. This one is for our VAs. How did your most popular audio come to be? Princess Ross goes first.
You know, before I got into ASMR RP, I didn't realize how popular yanderes were. Very clearly, yandere audios are one of the most popular on my channel. And when I first started, I think I did one of Moso Kojo's scripts with like a gentle night, but there's like a twist ending. And when I looked up the analytics for that video, I was really confused, like head scratching, like why are people specifically searching for dying listener audios? Like, what is the appeal there? I guess it still boggles me. I kind of get it. I understand, right? Like the need to feel comforted and, you know, the desire to feel needed to the point of obsession. It's just still head scratches. That's all. Why is it so popular?
I was gonna say too,
it's
like,
so
yeah,
scary.
just like it is. But at the same time, yeah, I totally get that whole idea of wanting, I guess, very intense, dramatic, like comfort, you know, because, you know, like if something that serious is happening to you, you know, it's gonna be a big deal, and the person talking to you is gonna try everything, I guess, to make you feel better. So maybe that's why. I don't know.
Yeah, it's even creators that I, you know, love their voices. If I hear them say like yandere things, I'm just like, I can't. It makes me feel uncomfortable, so I just click out.
Okay. Next we have not.
It's actually very funny to come in right off of that, in that the way that my most popular audios came to be, or I guess the most popular one here, is specifically enjoying voicing yandere characters, and on top of that, deciding, you know what, a supervillain yandere character could be lots of fun. Because, as I said earlier, I enjoy being dramatic. It is so enjoyable. And also doing some of the yandere lines on top of that as well seem to be a very, very popular blend. Actually, the top, I guess, video on my channel in terms of raw view count actually is also one where I had to reach out to the script author and ask whether or not I could change it from an M4F to an M4A script. So, again, this is, I guess, just one of those points. Always be willing to reach out to the authors. You never know what the result could be.
Always a good thing to do, regardless. Especially if, you know, whatever you, I guess, have in mind is not accounted for in their terms of use if they have one. Feel free to reach out to writers. I think a majority of us will be okay with answering your questions. So.
Also, I suppose I should comment that although currently Joel and Blah's video or script is the one associated with the most views on the channel, Bluechan, your series is, I think, now 200 views away.
Oh my gosh, that's so close.
Thank you very much for writing that as well.
The one series that wasn't even meant to be a series, by the way. I keep telling people that it was supposed to be a one-shot, and people keep asking, and I saw on part 3 somebody asked for part 4. It's not happening, I'm sorry. At least not right now.
See, listeners, your comments make such a difference.
I don't even know what to do for a part 4.
Notifying writers. A lot of the times when I record, I will schedule posts and will sometimes, I mean, I usually go back to tell the writer, hey, you can find it at this link. Do you guys mind if a VA drops the link and they're like, hey, this will be, you know, scheduled on this day, this time? Is that acceptable? Or would you rather... Okay, yeah, because I find it's consistent if I can upload at a set day and time for my viewers, but I don't know how you guys feel about getting a link that doesn't work yet.
I guess it kind of depends. Well, the thing is, I guess are you talking specifically about like sending it to the writer before everyone else sees it? Or
no, so sending it to so for example, let's say I, you know, filled your script and I had uploaded it to my channel, right?
Yes.
I would have the link already, but it would be private until it's scheduled for YouTube. Do you want a link that you can't necessarily look at yet? Or would it be better to do it, you know, the day of, or, you know, the day after or the week after. At some point, right? That link gets over to you.
I've been sent unusable links before, like where they tell me, okay, it's gonna happen at this point. But again, I feel like it's kind of pointless sometimes. Like, just send it to me when it's out, because I'm just gonna have to be waiting the whole time. Really. And I might not be forgetting about it too. That's the problem.
For me, I think any link's better than no link. I do prefer to just get a link that's straight away, but I don't mind if it's for a scheduled video that's coming out later.
Yeah, because that's my fear is, I schedule these videos in advance, and sometimes the day of, I just get really busy because I do work full time the time that the video drops. So yeah. I don't necessarily remember to go back because I'm kind of just doing other things.
I think something that might help. Well, not you can go first.
Oh, I was going to say, if I were to complain about it, I would be an incredible hypocrite, because that's how I notify all the writers of my scripts. I provide them a date and time when it will be available, and the link to the video that will eventually go up.
Okay.
For very much the same reason. I like the idea of trying to have a consistent schedule, but if I had to do everything, day of, it would never get done.
So I think something that might help a lot, and this is something that some VAs have done for me, is that they do premieres. And so it's a little bit easier for me to have that link ready, especially for those who want to watch it later. Like, it's nice to have the thumbnail visible over on my master list, because I put all of my script files onto my master list. So I guess personally, I think it's just nicer to have, like, if you guys do premieres over a private video that goes live later. But I don't know if everybody else wants to do that,
I think my main thing against not doing premieres is I'm not available to interact with people who come in for the premiere. So it loses kind of the
original purpose, right? Yeah.
The premiere, the premiere is to be together with the viewers, to watch it together. But if I'm not going to be there, I don't see the value in premiering a video. Yeah.
I'm just saying it, like, from my perspective, like, as the writer, like, just it's a little bit easier for me to put a link like that onto my master list, but whatever works, Anyways, our last person. Actually, no. Wait. Who was talking first? It was not, right? We were kind of all over the place, right? Okay. So Ice Boy is next, or he's the last one for this.
Wait, what was the question again?
Oh my god. How did your most popular audio come to be?
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, and yes, Yandere is popular, but we can't forget about the twin brother, Tsundere. Tsundere audios are very popular too. Especially when the Tsundere is a bully, and that's what I was. For this audio specifically, it has all of the, I think I hit all of the jackpot of the highlight words, because I put down jealous, angry, arguing, and bully, and tsundere, so I feel like I hit everything. And I enjoyed it because, like I said from before, I like arguing in my audios. And enemies to lovers is also pretty much a popular trope too.
I always tell people that enemies to lovers is like the one thing that's always at the top searches.
Yep. So I put all that there. I enjoyed it. Which is the most important part. I think that's the reason why it's my most popular audio. I enjoyed it, and it just happens to be a popular thing amongst the ASMR roleplay community. And that video got 500,000 views. So I'm really proud of that audio. So yeah.
I'm very happy for you that you got that much, honestly. That is a goal I think that a lot of VAs would love to hit. And also the 1 million mark. Oh my gosh. One day, right?
One day.
Eventually. We'll get there at some point.
But maybe, you know what? Like, I'm already...
10 years?
it'll like I'll say like okay one day, but then I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of or like I'm already surprised that I hit the 500,000 view point. I'm like, that's crazy. But yeah, that's my most popular audio.
All right, let us move on.
BlueChan, I was just wondering, do you want to do a writer's version of this question, like with our most popular script, because it's just the two of us?
Is honestly, well, I mean, technically that's also Ice Boy and not, but I guess we can do it for us too, just for the funsies. I guess you can go first.
Oh, okay. That backfired. So I...
Yes.
Go on.
Do you want me to do it first?
No, I'll do it.
Okay.
So I think I've got a few scripts that are tied for top upvote wise. The one that's been the most filled though is my little vampire visitor series. To be honest, though, the story behind that coming together isn't that interesting. I really like writing vampire scripts, and when I was playing Skyrim, I was playing the Dawn Guard DLC. And I thought it'd be really interesting if one of the vampires felt bad for the people that are being fed on in the castle and tried to rescue them. And the whole series just kind of came together all at once in my head. And it seems that people really liked it because not only did people end up doing the first part, but most of them have actually done the whole series, which is pretty rare for me. Usually people do like the first part and then they kind of leave the rest of it. But everyone who's done it has actually done the whole thing. So. I just like writing vampires.
Oh boy. How do I even answer this? Because I don't even understand myself in some of these cases. So I'm actually very surprised at what is my most upvoted script. It's Villain You Rejected Wants Another Chance After Your Crush Rejected You. When I posted this, I didn't think too much of it, but like it went up like super fast, like in terms of upvotes. That was like the fastest I had ever seen any of my scripts upvoted, and it's at 59 upvotes as of right now, which is kind of, again, it's unheard of for me, honestly. But yeah, I think maybe just because, again, not so much breakup stuff, but being rejected and being comforted by somebody like who, I guess, were rejected, well, that you rejected us. Again, like it's a lot of different things going on in this script. I guess people like the villain characters for one. It's a little bit more of a realistic setting as well, comparatively to something a little bit more niche like fantasy. But yeah, like maybe just a lot of things came together for people to resonate with that concept. That's just my guess. Some of my other popular ones, I guess one that was like super popular, and I totally get why, which is the villain gets jealous over you fighting other villains. I mean, people love jealousy scripts and everything, and it's also one of my spicier scripts as well.
Okay.
People love that one quite a bit. I got a lot of fills on that one.
It's NSFW.
Yeah. Huh? It's not NSFW. I don't write NSFW.
Okay.
It's spicy though. It is very spicy.
Okay.
Another one which I'm actually very happy that has gotten as high as it did was my Rehabilitating a Villain series was part 8 with 45 upvotes, which again, I think that's kind of like my magnum opus of sorts, like in terms of scripts, especially series, because I feel as though I was able to, I guess, capture a lot with this type of character. It was a very different type of villain character that I had never really written before, because it tied in some of the yandere elements without actually being romantic in any way. I mean, you could arguably, I mean, like, if you squint hard enough, like, maybe interpret it as possibly, like, romantic, but personally, from the writer myself, I don't see it as a romantic thing. Another thing is just, again, like, a bratty character. Like, this character was a lot of fun to write, because writing childish characters can be a little bit challenging, but I think it was really fun to try to make this character a little bit like that. One of my favorite things to write was in part 2, I believe, where the character was basically saying, "Oh, I want you to bring me something for entertainment because I'm bored." And something that I've noticed that kids tend to do And something I remember I used to do this a lot, like where you say, "Oh yeah, like you pick for me," but then when they pick something for you, they're like, "Oh, not that," right? It's like it has to be something else. But then, like, yeah, it can be anything. But then, like, they start saying, "No, I don't want that," afterwards. So I'm like, just make up your mind already. So it was a ton of fun writing that character. But anyways, those are my top scripts. So I think, again, more so, it just resonated with people, I guess. So that's my best guess for some of these.
Do you mind if I also respond on
Yes,
that? As far as
sure
because I actually do have a story
Yeah.
about the top upvoted script of mine, and I will start out by saying it spawned from an idea by A Dragon Speaks. So quick shout out to A Dragon Speaks. If you're looking for channels that have very detailed, immersive worlds, yeah, Dragon Speaks. Very good. He had posted just this idea of the phrase ether bunny. And then he sort of said, well, maybe something like a yandere bunny person. And so in the comment chain for that post, we started just sort of riffing on the idea. And as it kept building, I said to myself, you know what? I'm just going to try writing this into a script. But I did it very slapdash because I'm like, let's just, throw in all the different yandere tropes, some magic, some hypnosis. We're going to have an Alice in Wonderland type theme. And then it started getting upvoted. So it's one of those that really surprised me because it was very much written in the beginning just as a sort of kind of a joke, just being very amused by this idea and writing a bunch of random dialogue. And all of a sudden it turned into a script. And it is also not just the top upvoted, but I think it's third place for most script fills of my works.
Honestly, it's always the ones that you never expect every time.
It really is.
To be honest, I found my favourite scripts are actually the top voted ones. That's worked out nicely.
That always works out very well, I think.
So you have the secret. You know what actually works versus shooting in the dark.
I don't know what it is, but yeah.
It's funny because the one I was talking about, the villain gets jealous over you fighting other villains. That one, I felt like I wrote it on super autopilot. Sorry to say that, like, it was a super autopilot script, and somehow it just ended up becoming as popular as it did. I'm like, why? But I think it's just like the spiciness. People like that kind of stuff.
I think one of mine, the Mekai script. I think I wrote it and edited it, and then posted it like in the same day somehow. So and that's like my favorite one now. So I don't know how that worked out.
Things work out in mysterious ways.
They do.
Anyways, let us move on to the next Skittles question. This is back to writers again. What is your most surprising collab / commission? I'm first in this, and I'm just gonna bring it up. The first proper collab, which was the villains play White Elephant with you as the gift. That was kind of nutty, getting 13 people to work on that. There were 6 writers and 7 VAs, one of which was not. It was kind of this really weird amalgamation of people who had never really properly spoken to each other or collabed with each other. So I'm kind of surprised, especially with just how organized things ended up being. Like, I tried to make sure that we all got lines in when they needed to be done and getting deadlines ready. We got that done, like, within 2 months, like, that big project. Like, a lot of times you feel like it's going to end up just falling through, but, it worked out and we actually got it out. So, again, I really enjoyed doing that with everyone. And again, I didn't think I was gonna be on a project that big, but you can thank the Discord for that. So GoldenProxy, you are next.
Okay. So I haven't been part of too many collabs, but one of the ones that I did recently was for Halloween, and it was set up by Prince in Yellow, who's another scriptwriter. And we collaborated a bunch of different VAs and writers, and we all did like our own little script for a creature. And then there was also one big script with which all the VAs got to voice the characters in. I mentioned it before, the Monsters Ball server, and we've been working on other collabs since then as well, because we're all getting along well. We're all friends now, and yeah, it's been a really nice time. I wasn't expecting that to kind of last as long as it did, but yeah, that's the most surprising one.
Our next person is Iceboy.
Unfortunately, this will be my last question that I will answer. I need to
No
do
problem.
something after this. I think, okay, my most surprising collab that I was able to finish recording and actually upload was a collab with me and another voice actor. We wrote it together as well, and he was able to edit all of it. Thank God he did edit it, not me. But it was a script where he was just a regular dude, and I pretended that I was a regular dude, and his character was basically dating my character for a while. And this is an MM4A, so not in a way to talk to the listener, but you are hearing our conversations like third person. So as it turns out, like, I ended up being an alien boy, like with tentacles and stuff. And oh my gosh, that audio went wild. The sound effects was crazy, and the way he edited and layered the sounds was amazing. And this is also the audio where it tested out my voice acting limits, because it was also Yandere. So I had to appear cynical, very evil, and very insane. So it was very taxing for my voice, but I managed to actually like the audio. And it was a really awesome project to work on with him. And I don't know where he is right now, though. I really do miss him. We've lost contact for a bit, but it was one of a really good collab projects that I've done with him. So yeah.
Oh my gosh, now I'm curious. Gotta send that to us.
The reason why I will send it later, because I can't really mention it because
yeah, no problem.
safe for work.
Yeah. You can go post it over in our 18 plus channel.
Yes.
But yes, thank you so much, Iceboy, for joining us for as long as you were able to. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good meeting you.
Thank you for being here.
All right.
What a nice guy.
Yes, he's very nice. All right. Not, you are last for this question.
Okay, and this is addressed to me as a writer, right?
That is correct.
Well, then this is very, very quick. And that is that I have not actually done any collaborations or commissions as a writer. So first off, both as a VA and a writer, I don't actually do commissions. I tell people all the time, I take requests, not commissions. And as far as collaboration on writing, I just like to pop in and sprinkle in some ideas here and there, but I don't actually have any scripts that I've jointly written with anyone else. I just like seeing what other people have come up with and occasionally commenting. And actually, I do have one minor correction to a statement you made, Bluechan, which is that in the White Elephant video, that none of us had collabed before. Me and Brainy Dragon VA.
I meant for the
prior
writers. That's what I'm sorry about that. I meant the writers. But yeah, for VAs, sure. But I know the one that you're talking about, actually. But yeah, in terms of writers, and funny enough, I didn't even mention that Skittles was actually one of the people that was part of our little writer group. And interestingly, I actually ended up teaming up with Alvar later for another collab for a different event that we had in our server. Go check out both Ashmoth Audios and Maniculture ASMR for the really cool Yandere Princess collab that we wrote. Really fun stuff. I would really like for more people to do that one, even if it was written for those two. I think it would be interesting to hear more people do that script. So.
And one more time, which script was that?
That was oh my gosh, what is the actual name? It's called the Yandere Princess script. It is called Yandere Princes Make a Dangerous Wager for You. So if anyone wants to do that script, it's out there. Alrighty. So the last Skittles question. Actually, let me make the. I keep having to add our randomizer to remove people. So let's go on to the last Skittles question. For everyone, when someone asks you what you do you normally say writer or VA? I feel like this is probably better for you, not, but I guess we can all technically answer it. I mean, unless Princess Rosca and GoldenProxy, if you guys have anything.
Yeah,
I would assume you guys would say writer or VA in your case.
I can answer in regards to like what kind of content I do.
Yeah, I guess that works if you want to do that. So I guess let me just go down the list here. Well, I guess Knott's first, technically, so.
Well, usually I just say VA. I actually somewhat downplay the fact that I am a writer as well. Often because I feel like I'm surrounded by such great writers, and I just have a handful of scripts that I've written. That, and I think just folks are more likely to recognize me as a VA than a writer by far.
So yeah, this is gonna be really weird hearing this from you guys. I'll answer myself just because I don't have much of an interesting answer. I call myself a writer. That's pretty much it. GoldenProxy, how about you?
Yeah, I also tell people that I'm a writer. Yeah, just because writing ASMR scripts isn't the only thing I do. I do other writing projects as well. And it's like a nice little warm up I do, like before I get to other stuff. So yeah, I tell people I'm a writer.
And then Princess Rosca.
So maybe I just orbit in more normie spaces. But when I tell people I do ASMR audios, the first reaction is like, oh, you do ASMR? And I have to not clarify, but first of all, I say there's nothing wrong with ASMR audios. Whatever you're thinking ASMR audios are, there's nothing wrong with it. But then I would clarify that I do, ASMR script readings. I don't know that I would call myself a voice actor. I try to act in my scripts, but I don't know if that comes across well or not.
I feel like I have that
That's
kind of
actually a
similar
very good
issue
point.
there.
Yeah.
Like when you're talking to other people, I'm like, I do ASMR RP content. They're like, what? Like, what is that?
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, don't yuck people's yum, first of all. But, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, you're it's a form of comfort for people.
Mm-hmm.
So.
I mean, some people still think it's weird, but it's just,
I think a lot of the people where I'm from don't really know what it is. So I just kind of explain that it's kind of like audio roleplay stuff, and there's like a story and stuff to it.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best way to put it, like an audio roleplay as opposed to actual ASMR. Because, like, when I write a lot of my characters, I don't think of, like, very soft-spoken characters a lot of the time or anything, or very traditional ASMR.
I have fight scenes in mind sometimes.
Yeah.
So,
but yeah, that's...
They're not going to be kind of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I did also want to comment on the second point about calling yourself a VA. Since actually that has come up before. I've seen conversations about it, whether or not us amateurs really should be calling ourselves voice actors without professional credits or training or anything like that. But I'd say it's really a convention of the space. So I've learned to live with that slight discomfort of knowing that if I was to meet a professional VA, that they would say, "What do you do?" And I'd be like, "Oh, well, I do audio role plays." Like,
Oh,
oh, you know?
100%.
I
I
would.
feel like such an imposter.
It really is one of those things that I think often in space you sort of struggle with because the terms overlap so much with other kinds of content. So, you know, there's voice actors from movies and so on, and that's very, very
Mhm.
different, I think, than what we do. There's a lot of the same skills, but the kinds of content, the expectations, the way it all works, is different. And ASMR audio roleplay, again, similar sort of thing going on there. There's overlapping terms with other kinds of content, but it's a very specific kind of space.
I think you're still a voice actor though, even though it's not like a more professional credit that you're doing, if that makes sense. You're acting with your voice, so
I feel like that's no
That's
different
by
from the
definition.
writers either, because I mean, I don't think any of us here, or most of us, are not professional writers. I mean, like, I don't do this for a living.
Not
Like,
yet.
it's a hobby for me. So, I mean, it's kind of like saying, like, am I a writer? I mean, I would like to consider myself one,
Oh, sure.
even if it's not my profession, right? Like, you can call yourself a hobbyist, I guess. It's one way to
I think
put
if
it.
you write, you're a writer. So,
So, I mean, yeah.
like, if you write for fun, you're a writer.
Like I actually mentioned something there, you guys have such a breadth of work, though. I feel like experience counts a little. So that's very nice. Alrighty. So let us move on to our last person, but several questions from Linnea. So for our writers, what do you think about adding narratives to the script instead of writing a particular sound effect? GoldenProxy is first.
So first, I just want to thank Linnea for clarifying this when I asked in the Discord. It was very nice of her. So I tend to basically I tend to include the sound effect, but I kind of try and justify it why it's there in the script. So for example, I'll write something like we hear a crashing sound as the listener hits their head or something like that. I'll specify what kind of sound effect I want, and I'll say why it's there in the narrative. That way, I like to kind of keep the reader kind of immersed in the script rather than kind of breaking out with stage directions, which I think might maybe distract them from what's happening.
So I kind of talk about this a little in my video for the beginner scriptwriter video on this channel. Personally, I do not like doing this because a lot of the times I feel like it tends to be fluff, and from my perspective, I guess as a writer, is your listeners are not going to see this, right? So you kind of have to really balance whether it's actually, beneficial to the VA or not. And I mean, sure, like, I think it adds context sometimes, but my personal thing is I like to keep it simple and just kind of stick to this is the tone I want, this is the sound effect that I want, and to me, I kind of view it as if the VA is able to understand what I'm trying to get at here, then so will the listener. Because if I have like this entire explanation, that might not necessarily translate into the actual work itself. Because, I mean, I've seen some people put like a lot of extraneous information in their scripts where they say, oh, this person sat down on like a purple couch or whatever. I'm like, they're not really gonna know this as the listener, right? Like, what's the point of adding some of that information? It's not actually necessary. That's why I only just stick to a lot of the sound effects. Again, maybe it might not be as easy for some VAs to understand. I'm trying my best to do that. But I can understand why some people would put, I guess, a narrative there just for the added context for the speaker. And last is not.
Well, let's see. I suppose I'd say that sometimes I actually rather enjoy having the narrative at the very beginning, just to help me understand the scene a lot better. But once we get into the script proper, What actually I think works best, in my opinion, speaking on both the writer side and the VA side, is when there are sort of general directions for the kinds of sound effects that should appear at a given point. Very often, I struggle when there's a specific sound effect that's mentioned. Um, it's much easier when I'm given a sense of what's happening in a very brief sort of way, and then perhaps a recommendation for what sort of sound effect might be used. So when I'm writing scripts, I'll say things like um, distant monster sounds, which is very vague, but you understand what I'm driving at. So you can kind of come up with an idea of what might be a reasonable sound. I'm not really all that worried if you have the monster sound more um, alien or more uh, bestial. It's up to you. Similarly, there'll be sound effects where I say something being knocked over. I'm not terribly worried in that case of does it sound like clattering pens or does it sound like a file cabinet falling over? As long as it fits what you envision happening, that is, I think, the most important part. Um, Only in very specific cases will I actually call out a direct sound effect that you need to have. Um, so, for example, if, I don't know, you get hit by a baseball bat, it makes a very distinctive sound that sometimes can be very difficult to replicate. So, it's best for me to call that out. And I think the last thing that I'll say, and this is, again, dependent upon the script writer, but at least for me, I always try to set it up so that if there aren't any sound effects added by the VA and they choose to do the whole thing just with their voice alone, that the script will still make sense. Because on the VA side, I know there's a lot of times where you end up just either not finding the sound effect or just finding that it doesn't work, the ones that you found. And as long as you have that, if the scriptwriter gives you the freedom to forego it, sometimes it just ends up working better. So I always tell people, you're free to omit any sound effects if they're just not fitting the scene.
I kind of want to add on to that, actually. That's the reason why I put several options for sound effects, because I know that some of them sound either super specific and are probably going to be very difficult to find. So that's kind of why, when I have those really specific sound effects, I'll say, okay, you can probably do this or something else just to make it a little bit easier on my VAs. I do mention in my terms of use that you don't have to put them. Again, sometimes it makes more sense to have them. But yeah, I try to make it as easy as possible for them in those cases. But anyway, let us move on to the next question. Let's see, I believe it was for VAs. When doing improv, how do you avoid long pauses when you think of lines on the spot? Princess Roska.
I am not a great person to ask. Ice Boy probably would have been better.
He would have.
I don't do any improv. Yeah.
I mean, he kind of
I
talked
don't do
about
a
it
lot
before.
of improv. Yeah, I don't think I'm very creative when it comes to speaking. Or I'm not a writer, I don't know what it is to like fill the space. I just leave a blank space, silence. But not, do you do any improv?
I do, and I actually have one very specific thing that I have as a fantastic strategy for it. And that is simply, as a VA who puts things on YouTube, even if it's improv, I can actually edit it. So it doesn't matter if I sit there for like 5 minutes in silence thinking of how I messed this up and how I need to go back and fix it. I can just edit away all the mistakes. And it's still improv because I'm still just making up the lines as I go rather than having pre-written a script. But I can easily cut out parts where I'm like, no, that just sounded weird, or no, that doesn't make any sense, or no, I completely broke the plot with that last line. So that is the ultimate magic answer, I would say. As far as how do you avoid getting the long pauses to begin with, I think the first thing is just to take some character notes. So when you're doing improv, really the hardest part of it, in my opinion, is trying to understand the character and how they're going to react to things. So if you take a little bit of time, almost like if you play tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder, if you know your character's backstory, if you know what they're about, you can sort of imagine how they would react to different things that occur. A boulder falls into their path, and what would they do? How would they react? And you just react as they would. It helps a lot. It also really helps to write a series of plot beats. So, not a full script, but you might have something like, okay, and over here, a dragon's going to appear, and then sometime after that, I don't know, they're going to be walking through a village, and I definitely want to have it end with them walking off into the sunset. So then you just add those, your little notes to yourself on something like a note card. And as you're improvising your way through, if you suddenly run out of lines, you just glance down the note card and try to pick up the next plot beat. I find that also works very well. And then I guess finally, the thing that I would say is when you're trying to think of lines on the spot, you can often kind of sound natural just by being confused or not really sure what to say next. It's a thing that a lot of people do day to day. For example, on this podcast, where we're making up answers in real time. I'm pretty sure nobody here is reading off a script. So you're already kind of doing it.
Improv voice acting from everybody here.
I do have to say that's true because a lot of our content is edited. It's funny. The audio, the video that I made for this channel with the pit crew thumbnail, I realize I say the word and a lot, but if you notice, I left very few in the final cut because I cut it all out. So yeah, it's true. You can just record as much as you want and cut out after. It doesn't disrupt the flow or anything.
The magic of audio engineering.
of audio editing.
Just fix it in post, it's fine.
Alrighty, let us move on to the next question for our writers. Do you usually write out a specific tone for a dialogue, or do you let the VA decide which tone they'll use? We are back to not for this one.
Well, let's see. I often try to write the tone for each of the individual lines, and I do this mainly because it helps it make sense for me. Sometimes it's not always clear if somebody's being sarcastic if you don't write some sort of indicator. Or sometimes it's possible to say something in a very angry tone, but without yelling. Whereas it's hard to communicate that all the time just through the words they choose. So I do like those tone indicators. They help me quite a bit. I think something that I would say is I've also, as a writer, marked down that people are free to change the way they deliver lines in the things that I write. Because oftentimes I hear it a certain way in my head, but when I actually hear a VA perform it, and if they've gone and done something a bit different, oftentimes I find myself thinking, yeah, that was better. I should have definitely written it that way. I don't know if that's necessarily common, but that's often the way I feel about it.
Let's see. Okay. I'm next with this. For those VAs who actually have read my scripts, yes, I always try to put specific tones for my dialogue, especially because I feel like certain lines can come off a particular way if you don't have them. So I try to make them, I guess, or at least make it obvious what I want from those lines, because I have a very particular vision a lot of the time. And even with that, I've noticed that some VAs will still kind of take it in a completely different direction than I initially imagined it. Which again, I don't have an issue with to see interpretations, but at the same time, there's always those, I guess, times where I think, you know what, I wish it would be how I imagined it in my head, and when a VA actually captures that tone that I was looking for, like, it feels so good because I'm like, hey, you've become my character. So, That's my thing. I'm gonna try to be specific. Sometimes there are times where I let people kind of just do whatever they want, but when it comes to very specific, I guess, vibes I'm trying to give off for a specific character, then I will have those tones very visible in front of each of the lines. So last we have GoldenProxy.
Okay. So I used to do it quite a lot, and I still do it now, but I think nowadays I'm more trusting of both the script and the voice actor to kind of understand and get across and understand what the character's kind of saying and how they should be saying it. The only times I really do it now are when I don't want the line. I think the line could be like misinterpreted, or it's like a very specific way in my head that they're saying it.
Alrighty. Let us move
Actually,
on.
I guess I
Okay.
am curious about something.
Mm-hmm.
Princess Roscoe, what do you think about tone indicators when you're
I was
voicing
wondering
the
about that.
lines?
I think that they're helpful when it comes to the script. Usually, though, when I read a script, I know there are some people who will just look through a script and then read it right away. But I actually read through the script once or twice thoroughly before I actually, turn the microphone on to record. So I do think it helps guide my interpretation of the character. Usually, though, when I'm recording, sometimes there are things that I'm like, oh no, my vision of the character is slightly different, but it's a good jumping off point for me as someone who's newer. I don't really know how to approach most of this, but having them there is better than not having them at all.
All right. So let us move on to our questions for the VAs. Any recommended audio editing software that's beginner friendly and not? Let's do Princess Roska first.
I'm not the best person to ask. I'm very stubborn. I refuse to spend money if I don't need to. So Reaper is technically not free. It is a trial version before you, commit to buying some type of license. But it does get recommended quite a bit because it does have an unlimited trial. Like after the trial period, they don't block you from using the program. I've heard from others that Reaper is confusing, or maybe there's so many options in there, they don't really know where to start. I found that there are a lot of YouTube tutorials that help you set up Reaper to record. I know that it has a lot more than you may need for narration and, voiceover, but I also do music, I do singing, and I do violin recording. So I need a program that is robust enough to be able to handle, all types of recordings and editing. So Reaper, I would recommend. It just takes some time to get used to. I know Booth Junkie on YouTube has a lot of videos on how to set up Reaper for just voiceover. I know Not uses a different program than I do.
Well, let's hear what Not has to say about that.
So, yes, first off, I use a different program, but to answer the basic question, is there any recommended audio editing software that's beginner friendly? I actually feel like the answer to this is the kind of audio editing software that you want to learn probably is not beginner friendly. Just in general, all of the different audio editing programs that I've seen that are full featured really are pretty confusing. Once you get the hang of it, you'll be blazing right through it. But until you do, even opening Audacity and staring at it for the first time, there's a lot of things that just don't make sense. There's a lot of very weird lingo that's used within the audio editing spaces. And there's a lot of very, very strange, almost like built up historical terms for things. I think one of the things, for example, that gets people very confused early on is hearing things like the dry wet mix. That doesn't make a lot of sense to somebody who's just walking into the space for the first time. So, Audacity, Reaper. Sometimes you hear folks talk about DaVinci Resolve. I personally use Adobe Audition, which is not free. It's pretty expensive. I've even heard folks talk about things like using music DAWs such as Cubase, FL Studio, let me see, Pro Tools if you have an insane amount of money to burn. But all of them share that same sort of level of confusing and just very obtuse in how their interface looks and works. And part of that is because once you keep getting deeper and deeper into it, all of those extra little buttons, menus, dials, and so on really become more helpful than how they are in the beginning, where they're just in the way. Something that I would say is if you really, really struggle with that part of it and you just want to get started, some of the very first ones that I recorded, even pre-YouTube channel, were just in my phone's voice notes. Anything that records your voice is actually creating a voice recording. So it may not be the best for editing. It may lack a lot of features, but use what you can. And just over time, keep learning new software programs and getting more and more comfortable with them as you go. So a bit of a long answer there, but there you are.
Sound advice, though, honestly. Our next question for our writers. Do you have any tips when it comes to writing a script series to avoid dragging the story? I am first with this. I kind of talked about this before in a previous question. Again, one of my biggest things is make sure to put every single part into every single post because it's very convenient for your VAs. Again, a lot of what I do is kind of not what other people do. Again, I overplan stuff. That's another thing. I plan out my series months in advance. Like the current one that I'm writing right now, I planned out like 3 months ago or something like that. So I already knew kind of going in how I wanted to work on this. So a lot of the times, and especially I think it helps me to let my VAs know, okay, this is, what the entire series is going to entail. These are the content warnings that I expect to be in the series. I might change things as I go, but otherwise I try to make sure that I stick to the original idea. So I think my best advice when writing a series is to plan it out before you actually start putting words to paper, because at that point, you're kind of setting yourself up for failure. At least I think so. Maybe the others don't really agree with that, but we'll see what they have to say. GoldenProxy.
I don't actually plan my series out. Sorry, Bluechan. Sorry. I've done quite a few, and basically what I do is my advice would be to know your beginning, know your end point, and just get there however you can. Basically, I write the script. I basically make them up on the fly with the idea I've got, and then I edit them so that they make sense. And the series are no different. I always make sure that I always try to do my best to make sure that they all the different parts fit together. And I think I've done a pretty good job on that with the series I've written. But yeah, like talking specifically about making sure that the series doesn't drag. Make sure you have an idea in your head of how many parts you think it's going to be, what your beginning is going to be, what you want the end. Have a general idea of what you want the end to be, and then if you know that, and as long as the plot is moving and the characters are evolving, then it shouldn't feel like it's dragging. As long as the core idea is an interesting one and is worth doing a series on. Make sure it's not just an idea that could be done in like 1 or 2 parts.
I don't know if you have much to add to this now, because I know you mentioned that you do a lot of one-shots, but whatever you have to say, I guess.
So I do not write series, mostly because I end up being very distractible, and because it's very difficult for me to commit to a long series. However, I do actually have a few tips. So something that I would point out that's really important to me when it comes to series, more on the VA side, I think. So this is really more of a VA perspective, I suppose. Uh, it's always really nice when each episode of the script series works as a standalone. I understand it's part of a larger narrative arc, but each one should sort of have its own story, something central to it in particular that listeners will find memorable. I've found that uh, it's sort of like watching a TV show and then having a few episodes. You're like, that was a really good episode. I remember that one. And then you sort of forget about the ones in between. You're like, nothing really happened in that one. Uh, so the more you can tighten down the writing and just make sure that every single episode of your series has something exciting and new in it, that really, really, really helps. I think not just the VAs get more views, but also keeps the listeners remembering what was so great about it in the first place. Um, Something that I do want to say on the VA side, aside from yes, if you can plan out your series and tell us how many episodes it'll be, that's so fantastically helpful. Uh, Please be very careful with things like major plot twists, escalations, or times where the character just suddenly flips personality. A lot of the viewers tend to get, or listeners tend to get very invested in the characters. So if I, it's sort of the thing, or if you imagine a TV show, right? If you kill off one of the popular characters, there's a bit of an outcry. Similar things happen within the VA space. If I'm recording a series, then all of a sudden something takes a turn. Yeah, I have to be very mindful about whether or not listeners will feel like they just kind of got stabbed in the back and somebody took away their favorite character. So just things to keep in mind. It's a slightly different sort of writing space, I think, than books are. You often end up in these situations where you're much more writing a TV series.
So I kind of want to comment on that, not because I feel like I've done something to this extent with my Rehabilitating a Villain series, where it's really funny seeing people like listen to the first few parts. You're like, oh my gosh, look, this character's like, they're growing and they're becoming better, and I'm just kind of like awkward yandere screaming halfway through the series. So it's probably kind of a big, I guess, shift in character there. So I don't know, the people who decide to do that series, like, you're gonna lure them into this false sense of security where, like, oh, it seems like this character is getting better, but haha, just kidding. They're kind of going crazy right now. So
I think it's ultimately up to the VA to decide what they're comfortable with and how they think their particular listeners are going to react. I think some channels probably are better at it, and some of the viewers come to expect these types of twists. I'll say I always struggle with that personally, but I don't want to say that you should never have these major characterization shifts or decide to have a filler episode. Lots of folks do, and they can be very successful. It's just for me personally, I think it's important for writers to be aware that we are very much playing to an audience, and the audience definitely has a lot of preconceived notions about how things should go episode by episode. So, like running a TV show, just be aware of the audience and decide what you want to have them see and hear.
You enjoy tormenting the audience, don't you, Bluechan?
it's always fun.
I just get that impression.
I mean, like, in my case, I tried to actually make it to where you can kind of tell from the previous parts, but kind of similar to the other question that we had about listeners noticing certain things. Sometimes I feel like they might not pick up that I'm trying to push this idea of, oh, this character's kind of, like, nutty, honestly. I mean, the character was for that particular series, and so it's still pretty consistent with just how obsessive they are, like, with specific things, but I think it's just that it feels like they're getting better, and then they just kind of fall back into their old ways, I guess. So I guess it's not completely out of nowhere, but at the same time it might feel like that for some people, but who knows? Anyway, let us move on to our next question for our VAs. Do you only choose the scripts that fit your voice the best? Would you like to try out scripts that you usually don't do? We kind of had this question sort of earlier. I don't know if you guys want to add anything. Actually, let's do Princess Roska first.
I don't think I have anything new to add.
Yeah, it's the same thing, right? Do you have anything new to add to this?
Well, just for those who may have come in a little bit later in the stream, since, it's, 4 hours now?
Yeah, we're at the 5-hour mark.
Lovely. So I actually tried to pick scripts that I can voice, but I am certainly comfortable trying to stretch that range just a little. And I do find on the VA side that it is doing those scripts that you're slightly uncomfortable with that really helps you improve, because it forces you to sort of think in new ways and not just fall into your usual habits, which can always be a bit of a problem. And as far as trying out scripts I don't usually do, I will actually say yes, I would quite often like to do a wider variety of scripts. Something that I think is actually a bigger conflict for some of the channels as they continue to grow is, do I keep doing things that I think the listeners have come to know and expect, or do I do some things that are out of left field? And so to a certain extent, aside from just, you have to mix it up and sort of figure out a good mix for yourself, I do find that sometimes it's fun to record things that never see the light of day. So just something to consider on the VA side. You don't have to release all the things you make. You can make some things just for yourself.
Alrighty. Again, let's move on to another writer question. When choosing tags for a script, do you add a lot of tags or just tags that are only relevant to the script? How do you come up with tags? Not your back again.
Well, I will say I try to add only a few tags rather than going with a lot of tags. That's probably, I don't know if there's a real strategy to it, or I don't have a strategy to it. It's just that oftentimes I can only come up with a few of them. So that's all that end up going onto the titles. Usually I try to pick tags that are more familiar to folks. So ones that are going to be easier to search for. Oftentimes I will try to indicate some sort of dere, so like sundere, kudere, yandere, in the tags if the character is even slightly like that, just because it's a very nice shorthand for some personality archetypes. And other sorts of tags, I try to avoid getting too, how do I want to put it? I try to avoid getting too complicated or too humorous with the tags. I know it's a lot of fun, speaking from the writer perspective. It's so much fun to write these tags that are just ridiculous things. But they do make it very difficult for VAs to search. And sometimes they actually really do mess up the search results in the Reddit posts. Or just sometimes they're concerning, as in I'm not quite sure what is meant by some of the tags, and not that it will completely shoo me off, but occasionally it will cause me to just pause for a moment, and then I'll get distracted by something else. So you do want to be mindful about exactly what tags you pick, and sometimes you have to select things that are a bit more utilitarian.
All right. Next up is GoldenProxy.
So for me, adding tags is like my least favorite part of the script process. I'm not very good at thinking. I'm not very good at like coming up with them. So I do kind of have like a little process that I do for myself. I always try and make sure that they're relevant to the script. And what I normally do is I'll mention the gender. Usually my scripts are A for A. I don't want to exclude anyone really with my writing. I'll say whether it's part of a series. say who the speaker and listener, I'll say who their characters are, what genre it is. I'll describe some of the stuff that happens, and then for some reason I always put like a little bit of dialogue at the end, just for a bit of a little tone hint, I guess, or maybe like a little teaser. I don't really have any tips for tags though, because I'm not very good with them. I don't really write my characters to be archetypes or anything, so I'm usually not sure like what to put for that sort of thing. So I'm not very good for this question. Sorry.
That's fine. I'm the last for this question, and for the sake of time, because we've already got past the 5-hour mark, please go watch the video that I made for this channel for script writing for beginners, because I have a very good section on this, and it will give you an idea of how I tag personally. But otherwise, let's move on to the next question. We're slowly getting there, guys. We got 3 more. Okay. So for
the
our
end is in sight.
Yes, it is in sight. For our VAs, do you record your audios in one take? How many takes does it take for you to choose the final output? Let's start with not.
Let's see here. So, sometimes I am very, very lucky, and I actually manage to get it done all in a single take. But that is rare. That is an extreme rarity, and usually only possible with very short scripts. Every additional minute of audio exponentially increases the likelihood that I'll make mistakes or drop character or just start messing something up with my audio settings. Something that I would say is there's 2 different ways to think about takes. Oftentimes, I will retake specific sections. Going back to BlueChan's point, you can check out some of the other videos. There's a video here on this channel, the ASMR Script Guild channel, where BlueChan is helping me learn how to voice one of her characters. And you can see in that there are multiple takes of individual lines where I've messed them up or need to adjust the tone of voice slightly or just could redo it with a little more emphasis and emotion. So that's one form of retake. However, it's also very common for me just to scrap the whole thing and start over. In fact, I would say on average, I probably record each script 3 times over. And some actually end up in this weird limbo where I've recorded them, but I'm not happy with them, so I'll discard them and then come back 2, 3, 5, 10 months later, re-record it, and if it turns out better that time, I'll release it. Some scripts, though, they take a long, long time for me to be happy with. One of the scripts that I've worked on, it took maybe 5 recording sessions and about 24 takes of the entire thing, not counting retakes of individual lines. So there's a lot of range in this.
Honestly, I was gonna say also just to, because you mentioned it, we've sort of talked about this in the last podcast too. Again, I think several writers are probably willing to get in a VC with a VA and kind of help them out, try to figure out a character's voice. I mean, I'm willing to do it. I know other writers were willing to do it. I don't know if you're willing to do it, GoldenProxy.
But sorry, Blue, can I just zone out for a second?
I was gonna say, like, would you be willing to have like a VC with the VA, and while they're recording your script and you kind of telling them how things should go?
That's a good question. No, I think when I post a script, it's up to the VA to interpret it however they want. I wouldn't want to micromanage them or tell them how to. You've got to do this line like this or stuff like that. I'm fine with them doing it how they want.
You gotta watch the video with me and Matt where I just nitpicked a bunch of stuff you did.
Yeah.
So, I'm so
you
sorry.
You didn't get the subtle just right.
Well, For me personally, it's fantastic. I actually really enjoy getting the feedback. It tells me that I've not flubbed the line completely when you actually tell me I get it right.
I can do that.
Alrighty. Okay, wait. Okay, and now we have Princess Roska, right? Where did we...
I do have some scripts out there that I've recorded, like not, where I'm just not happy with the result, and as such, they've kind of stayed just in my files. But I would say that is like a very small minority of things that I end up recording. A lot of the times I try to do things in a single take, but maybe not the way that people are expecting. I don't do it flawlessly from start to finish. I actually have, hold on, I'm gonna do it from far away, but it's a, I don't know if you heard that, it's a dog clicker. And it makes a very, very obvious waveform in the digital audio workspace, right? So when I'm recording, and this helps when you read the script all the way through to kind of understand the character, but when I record, I will say a line, maybe not be 100% happy with it, and then I'll say the same line a different way. But I'll say the line, and then I'll click, and then I'll say it a different way, and then maybe I'll click again, and say it as many different ways as I can until I think I'm happy with it. And then when I go to edit the audio, I kind of just stack them up and compare the different lines. I guess they would count as takes, I guess, but I really try not to do recordings on different days for the same script. I have found that I've done that a couple times, and for whatever reason, I don't sit myself in the same way in front of the microphone. Maybe the distance is slightly different. Maybe my, condition of my voice is not the same, so I sound slightly different than, the previous lines and the lines after. So for consistency's sake, I will sit down and just do the whole script again. And that's why I do kind of save the takes that I don't like how Not has files sitting around for months. I also have that where I won't use parts of the old script, but I will listen to it to see, what I want to improve. Because I come back to these months later and I'm like, oh, I can improve here, or I didn't like the way that I said this or stumbled on certain words. So it gives me kind of like a warm up before I actually go to record again.
Alrighty, we are in the home stretch, guys. One more question for writers. Then one more question for VAs. So our last question for our writers, tips for someone who's writing a fantasy script for the first time. Example, ethereal beings, gods, etc., since I mostly write realistic scripts. The first person is GoldenProxy.
Okay. So for writing a fantasy script, I've written a couple fantasy series. I've got some lined up actually to release in the next couple of weeks. But really, they're not too different from regular scripts. As long as you know what you want to do with it and what kind of fantasy subgenre it is you're writing in, you shouldn't have too many problems with it. Just know what people will be wanting from it. Know what you want from it, and it should all come together. They're not too different from just regular scripts.
I'm next, and I would have to agree to an extent. I think one of the biggest tips for me is that even if you are writing something that is fantasy based, you still have to keep consistency within the universe that you're writing. So whatever rules that you make for your fantasy world, please stick to those rules, because again, you might think, oh, well, I can just be, free to throw whatever in here, but it still has to make sense, from, I guess, arguably a realistic standpoint. Like, if you have, I guess, I don't know, it's like, let's say, for instance, people who have magical powers are born with magical powers, right? You gotta stick to those characters being born with magical powers. You can't just be like, oh, well, somebody just developed magic, I don't know. You gotta explain why that's the case, right? Like, you have to stick to whatever internal logic you have created for your universe. So maybe take notes, I would say, especially on the lore of whatever universe you're creating. Again, this is mostly for high fantasy, I feel, because you can kind of get away with a lot of stuff for like the low fantasy, where you can just mention like, oh, I used like X magical power, like here's my lightning powers, or here are my fire powers, whatever. You don't really have to explain it as much, but especially when it comes to high fantasy, like that is where you need to really understand your own lore and your own universe. Just make sure that you are consistent and stick to what the original idea was that you came up with for this universe. Lastly, we have Not.
Well, I quite enjoy writing fantasy of many different kinds, whether it's actually taking place in a fantasy world, a sci-fi world that has fantasy elements, or just urban fantasy, which is quite fun. And then there's sort of slice of life fantasy, so lots of different kinds. But the thing that I always think about is fantastic setting, realistic people. And by that, I mean, even if you have some ethereal godlike creature or some giant dragon, whatever it is that you're writing, whoever they are, they should still feel very human, weirdly enough. Certainly, they might have a more extreme personality to reflect what it is they are, but you always want to try to go back to the core idea of you're writing about people doing things, people living life, interacting with each other. That is really the crux of, I think, what makes audio roleplay work. That you're getting to experience the personalities involved. Something else that I would say for fantasy scripts that I think is actually really, really useful to know is that when you're writing the characters, what you really get the most out of with your fantasy setting is the ability for your characters to sort of represent almost like an exaggerated version of humanity. Much in the same way that cartoons are sort of a rough representation of reality, but taken to its extreme, stretched a little bit, made more funny, made more humorous. Fantasy lets you sort of apply those same sorts of cartoon physics to your writing. You can get away with things that are otherwise impossible. So, when you might joke around and say, oh, that person's breathing fire, right? Well, with a fantasy character, they literally can. So those, I think, are the main tips I would give you. Just remember, real people, fantasy setting.
That's spot on.
Very much, I think. Again, like it
And the
is
world
kind
as
of an
well.
internal logic, but you still need to follow a logic. So.
Yes.
All right, the final question is for our VAs. Do you prefer scripts that don't have that many sound effects? The first person is Princess Ruska.
I think it depends on my mood when I'm recording. Usually when I record, I go straight into editing right after. So if I feel like I want to sit down for a while at my desk, I will choose a script that is more sound effect heavy. There are other times where maybe I'm, doing it super last minute and I have to upload this and schedule it for, the next couple of hours. I'm going to choose a script that doesn't have as many sound effects. It really depends on how crunched for time I am and how I feel that day. So I don't have a preference for, heavy sound effects or sound effects. I actually like both. It just depends on the situation and my mood. Yeah.
Right, let's end things off with Not.
I could be very quick and say yes. But I will try to give a little bit of a better answer than that. And aside from what Princess Roscoe said about really it depends on the day, what is more important than the number of SFX is the complexity of obtaining them and the variety that you use in your script. If, for example, throughout your script, there's just a consistent sound effect that occurs from time to time of, and here's a heartbeat, that's actually pretty easy for us to do on the VA side. It's when you start having complex scenes, or when you have a wide variety of sound effects that change throughout the script, or have ones that are just hard to find or difficult to make audible. For example, like sits down in a chair is a remarkably difficult sound effect to
Yes.
capture well.
I will
Yeah.
say I have been dissuaded from doing scripts because after reading through it's very heavy on sound effects that I don't know how to record or cannot find a good recording of it, like hair brushing or head patting. I'm like, what does that sound like?
It has
So I
been an
tend to skip
eternal
over
struggle.
those. Yeah.
I remember somebody mentioned in the chat that they were having difficulties figuring out how to do, like, I think it was Apollo, right? Who mentioned that she was trying to come up with a way to do hairbrushing sound effects. No, it was Ash. I remember she was talking about that. And I think we said, like, you tried brushing your own hair. He's like, I showed my face in the mic and it still doesn't, you still can't even hear it. So, like, we tried to figure out something. But yeah, like, I know it's a challenge sometimes. And speaking of which, I do have a script that involves hairbrushing, so sorry about that, VAs. Unfortunately.
I've got two recorders of hairbrushing that work, and I'm holding on to them for dear life.
I think for writers, just think about how important the sound effect is to the actual story. Like, if you need to convey something with a sound effect that you couldn't naturally do through dialogue, then put the sound effect in. And if it's not important to the story, you could probably just leave it out.
That's also why I think some of us give the option to not have to put sound effects in. Like, if my VAs can't find stuff, I'm fine with it. Just at least imply that you're doing something for me, But yeah. Anyways,
I like to mention ambience in the background. Just like set the setting.
Yes, that too. Ambience can be a little bit challenging, I feel, especially if you're trying to convey specific things. And again, I'm sorry to some of my VAs attempting to find stuff that I have in mind. But that's just how it is. Anyways, that was our last question. Thank you guys for joining us all. It has been a pleasure to have you all here. And it was also a pleasure to have you back, Not. Really nice that you were able to come and join us again since the previous, or the first podcast. But yes, also keep an eye out for, again, we did the write-ins before with our past podcast. We're going to be doing that again. It's going to take a while because there's a lot of people this time around who wanted to send some in. And it is a challenge for me because I'm a very busy person to actually edit these. So it's going to be a while. It might be like a month or two before I'm able to put this thing out. But I'll try my best to kind of get everything done. But yeah, again, like I said, thank you all for being able to join us. And again, thank you to the VAs that had to leave as well. Again, it was a pleasure having you all here. I don't know if y'all want to say something before we sign out.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you to the listeners. Yes. It wouldn't be possible without you.
Go subscribe to everyone's channels.
Please go and upvote people's scripts and stuff.
Support BluechanXD throne and support my coffee. There we go.
Wait, what? Oh, yes. Thank you. I have a lot of things. Somebody wanted me to get like there was a mic that somebody suggested on Throne for me, so I don't know who that is, but okay, I guess if you want me to have a really nice mic for myself for these podcasts. Anyways, yeah, thank you all so much for joining us, and we will let you all know when our 4th podcast is going to be coming out. It's going to be a while, probably a couple months also, but we will all let you know on our Discord as well as Reddit. But yeah, see you all soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you, everyone, for
Thank you, Blue.
coming.
No problem.
Thank you all.
Also, quick plug. I'm almost at 1K.
Oh my
Go
gosh,
follow